The story begins with an unexpected nighttime encounter in the quiet farmlands of Franklin, Illinois. On this particular evening, sleep eluded me, so I wandered out to the soybean fields near my home. The landscape was typical rural terrain, open land, grain silos, and gravel roads stretching into the darkness. That's when I noticed them, 3 pale white lights hovering silently about 30 feet above the ground at the field's edge. They weren't blinking or moving, just suspended in place, as if waiting. With my phone in hand, I started recording, drawn by their strange stillness. Without warning, the lights began to move. They drifted smoothly together, almost as if connected by an invisible thread. Then came something truly bizarre. They paused and rotated, not spinning individually, but shifting their entire formation. The movement was so fluid, so eerily silent, that it sent chills down my spine. After filming for about 2 minutes, I watched as the lights glided sideways and then gradually disappeared into the tree line. No sound, no disturbance, just an unnatural, breathless silence that seemed to hang in the air. Back home, I quickly clipped the most interesting 30 seconds and posted it to TikTok with a simple caption asking if anyone else had seen something similar over Franklin. I didn't expect much reaction. The next morning changed everything. The video had gone viral, with tens of thousands of views and comments from people across multiple states describing comparable sightings. Some dismissed it as CGI, but many others shared eerily similar experiences from Indiana, Missouri, and even Oregon. Around 8:30 that morning, an unexpected knock interrupted my thoughts. 2 men stood outside, identically dressed in black suits, white shirts, and narrow black ties, wearing those distinctive sunglasses that seemed right out of a classic conspiracy movie. And that's when things got really interesting. 2 men stood at my door, both wearing identical style sunglasses with thin black frames and dark lenses. They were the same height, same build, looking like carbon copies of each other. I cracked the door open, keeping the screen shut between us. The one on the left smiled first, a wide, lip-pressed crescent that appeared almost too perfect. His partner mirrored the smile half a second later, making it feel choreographed. "Mr. Porter?" he asked, his voice flat and toneless, like a speaker with muted bass. "Yeah," I responded. "What's this about?" He tilted his head, maintaining that unsettling smile. "Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately." My brain stalled. I opened my mouth, but no immediate words came. "I guess," I finally mumbled. "Why? No reason," the other one replied, his voice an exact match. "You've just had a busy night." They both nodded slowly, smiles unchanged. A tightness spread through my chest. Not quite panic, but that familiar tension you feel when a police car pulls up behind you, even though you know you've done nothing wrong. I asked. They didn't respond, simply stating, "We appreciate your cooperation," before turning and walking away in perfect synchronization. Same stride, same posture. I watched them approach a black sedan with standard Illinois plates. They entered simultaneously, sat for several seconds, then drove off. No mention of any video, no specific questions, just vague comments about safety and a busy night. After locking the door, I rushed to my desktop to review the video, but the app declared it no longer available. No flags, no takedown notice, just vanished. I always back up my files, so I checked my hard drive. It clicked a few times, then died. Another PC in the garage yielded the same result. Even the BIOS couldn't detect it. My cloud sync empty. It had been offline that night, and now everything was gone. The silence was overwhelming. No pets, no kids, just dead air stretching for what felt like a full minute. I'd been trying to upload a file, but my internet was too slow. The only copy was local. Suddenly, I heard a car door. Peering out the front window, I saw nothing, just my truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac sitting on an empty street. Closing the curtains, I sat in the hallway, waiting. They never returned, but that watched feeling lingered, pressing against me even inside my own home. By noon, I tried accessing my TikTok account. The password failed. I requested a reset link, nothing arrived, not in my inbox or spam folder. Attempts to log in from another device claimed the account didn't exist. When I traced back links people had shared, every trace vanished. Reddit, Twitter, UFO forums, all sites that had embedded the video now showed blank thumbnails or 400 RAs. Recovery tools yielded fragments of old files, family photos, random documents, but zero evidence of last night's recording. It was as if the file had never existed. That afternoon, I headed into town. Ben Holloway, a hunter from 2 roads over, stood at the gas station. I asked about unusual skylights from the previous night. His response was quick, clipped. Like what? When I described low-flying, silent lights, he shook his head. Yet something in his manner suggested reluctance. Other conversations yielded little. Most people shrugged or looked confused. One woman at the hardware store mentioned dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., attributing the noise to coyotes. Since then, I've avoided filming. My new hard drive works, but I check it obsessively. I haven't touched TikTok. The mysterious sedan hasn't reappeared. The night was clear, stars scattered across a massive sky, when something strange happened on a quiet Nebraska road. I was driving home in my parents' beat-up silver Camry, one speaker working, windshield cracked, cruising between endless cornfields with my window slightly open and music turned low. Everything seemed ordinary until I swerved to avoid a dead raccoon. That's when I noticed it, a soft orange glow hovering about 20 feet above the corn. It wasn't on the ground like a tractor or combine. Instead, this perfectly round sphere glowed from within, flickering like an internal fire without smoke. I pulled over, heart racing, and watched. The object remained completely still, suspended in midair. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. Was this real? I tried to capture it on my phone, but the screen showed only black, no matter how I adjusted the settings. In an instant, the glowing sphere vanished, not gradually or with movement, just gone, as if it had never existed. Only my headlights illuminated the road ahead. I drove the rest of the way home, frequently glancing into the fields. I didn't mention it to my parents. How could I explain what I'd seen? A floating fireball in the middle of nowhere. I showered, went to bed, and the next day proceeded normally. School was typical chemistry first period, nothing remarkable. Sometimes now, especially at night, I get a sense that something lingers just beyond the tree line. Not watching exactly, more like waiting. I don't take walks anymore. I was trying to avoid a group of kids when something caught my eye. A car sat across from the entrance, long and black, like an old town car from a movie. Its windows were so dark you couldn't see inside. The engine hummed quietly, but nobody seemed to be moving. Something felt strange, not dangerous, just off. Like someone was watching me. I walked toward the crosswalk, cutting across the grass, and that's when the passenger window slid down. The man inside was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Pale as paper, with short, almost white hair cut military style. A black suit, crisp white shirt, no tie. Black sunglasses covered his eyes. Even on this cloudy day, his smile was wrong, mechanical, disconnected. Eyes hidden, lips moving. He spoke in a flat, rehearsed tone. It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see. I froze. My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about the previous night, not even my cousin. My phone sat untouched in my pocket. The car glided away smoothly, turning silently behind the trees by the senior lot. At home, I locked my bedroom door. That night, I kept my phone charging beside me, flashlight app open. Sleep was difficult. Strange things started happening. Small, almost imperceptible disruptions. My phone would briefly freeze, then restart. My school ID suddenly stopped scanning, then worked again the next day. One afternoon, Spotify reset completely. All playlists vanished. History erased. I only noticed when I tried playing music in the car and was prompted to log back in. By Friday, oddities escalated. I found my algebra binder on my desk after lunch. Everything inside was flipped upside down. Papers perfectly ordered, just inverted. I asked my friends if they'd been messing with me. I was helping my friend Tyler with a side project, documenting odd sightings around upstate New York. We weren't professionals, just two guys with day jobs in Albany who'd drive out to investigate spots people emailed us about. Our YouTube channel was small, mostly a hobby. This particular trip was to a patch of woods near Midburg. A guy named Len, probably in his 60s, had reported something strange. He was quiet and serious, describing 3 white lights dropping below the treetops around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No noise, no wind. The next day, he'd hiked out and found a perfectly round ring in the moss, about 20 feet wide. He'd sent us photos of the ground. After that experience, weird things started happening. People around me seemed unsettled. Someone even joked that I must be haunted. I stopped walking alone and started sticking to crowds and buses. A guy in a suit told me not to think about a fireball, something I never shared with anyone. The following Monday, during a fire drill, something odd occurred. We were standing on the soccer field when I spotted a figure at the far end of the track near the visitor bleachers. Same suit, same hair, same posture as before. When I blinked, he vanished. I asked Kayla if she saw the guy, but she just looked confused and said, "What guy?" That night, I searched online for floating light cornfield, Nebraska, but found nothing convincing. Just drones, weather balloons, fireworks. The next weekend, I returned to that stretch of road. The corn was still tall. I pulled over, walked a few feet in. Nothing. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment, just dry ground and corn stalks. I've never seen the car again. Not around town, not anywhere. But sometimes at night I feel a strange pressure behind my eyes, like someone's watching through the walls. Now, I keep my blinds closed all the time, even during the day. When I drive past that field, which happens occasionally, I try not to look. We drove up Saturday afternoon, parking on a dirt shoulder before hiking in with cameras and Tyler's cheap EMF meter. The clearing took about 40 minutes to reach. The ground looked strange, flat and dry, as if something had pressed it down. The ring was still visible though, not as sharp as in previous photos. Moss around the edge had a different color, and the area clearly showed signs of disturbance. We spent a couple hours documenting everything. Drone footage, soil samples. We did it all. At one point, Tyler mentioned feeling a vibration through his boots, though I felt nothing. The woods were eerily silent. No birds, no bugs, just the occasional creak of trees. An unusual stillness hung in the air. We wrapped up around dusk and headed back to the car, stopping for burgers and joking about how Len might have scared himself with a kiddie pool. Back at our apartment just after 10 o'clock, something immediately felt off. The door handle wasn't fully latched and nudged open when I pushed it. Tyler always double-checks locks, so we went in cautiously. Nothing seemed missing. Laptops, TV, drawers all untouched, but every mirror in the apartment had been flipped. Bathroom mirror faced the wall. My bedroom's full-length mirror turned around. Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet. No broken glass, no other disturbances. Windows remained locked from the inside. We didn't call the police. Maybe because nothing was stolen, or there were just those mirrors. That night was tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with lights on, while I lay in bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, I sensed someone watching from just outside my peripheral vision. No sound, no movement, just a presence. Around 3 a.m., I got up for water and found Tyler already standing by the window, peering through the blinds. "There's someone down there," he said, not turning to look at me. I approached closer, following Tyler's gaze. Under the sodium street lamp, a man in a black suit stood across the street. No coat, no umbrella, despite the light drizzle. His pale skin and hatless head stood out, arms hanging perfectly straight at his sides. He stared unblinkingly at our window. When I asked how long he'd been there, Tyler said he'd first noticed him about half an hour ago. We watched for another 10 minutes. The man didn't move or look away. I snapped a photo on my phone, but when I checked, he wasn't in the frame, just an empty street. Tyler wanted to go down and confront him, but I suggested we wait. Around 4, he walked away, not toward a car or building, just turning and disappearing around the corner with no rush. The next day, we both called out of work. I double-checked the locks. Nothing was disturbed. We discussed our options: report it, ignore it, maybe move. We weren't convinced we were in real danger, but something felt off. That afternoon, we tried accessing the channel to review our woods footage. The drone clips and photo documentation were intact, but Tyler's handheld recording, the one where he walked through the ring and discussed the soil, had vanished. Not corrupted or mislabeled, but completely erased. We checked both SD cards with the same result. The missing files aligned precisely with the moment of strange silence in the clearing. Just before bed, I glanced out the window. The street was empty, but one street light across from our building flickered repeatedly, on, off, on, as if someone was toying with its power. I watched for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning we said nothing, just made coffee and carried on normally. But this wasn't the end. Weeks later, I was out on the ridge after midnight, pursuing my astrophotography. I've been into this hobby for years, using it as an escape, a way to focus on something larger than myself. This late October night was crystal clear, dry and bittingly cold. The kind of night where stars shine with extraordinary brilliance. I'd driven up alone to a familiar spot. I'd been scouting locations for night photography near my place in northern Vermont. There's this small dirt path leading to a ridge, completely isolated with no street lights around. The sky that night was perfect for what I wanted to do. I set up my old Canon AE-1 film camera using some expired Kodak Ektachrome I'd found at a thrift store. Film photography is something I enjoy because it makes you slow down and be more deliberate. With my tripod in place, I adjusted the camera settings, 30-second exposures, ISO 600, and started shooting, hoping to capture star trails rotating around Polaris. After about an hour, I packed up and headed home. The next morning, I went to the photography department's dark room to develop the film. It's a cramped basement space with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights, but I find it oddly comforting. As I pulled out the first film strips and hung them to dry, the star trails looked great. Then something strange caught my eye. On one roll, there were these precise geometric streaks cutting across the star trails. They weren't random marks or processing errors. These were deliberate patterns, sharp lines and angles that didn't resemble anything I'd seen before, definitely not from airplanes or satellites. When I blew up the frames in the enlarger, the shapes became even more bizarre. Triangles, diamonds, and what looked like a hexagon, all glowing faintly white. Unlike the blurred stars from the long exposure, these shapes remained crisp and rigid. I showed the prints to my friend Claire, also a photography student. She suggested it might be light graffiti or a film glitch. While I agreed it was probably just an artifact, something about those shapes lingered in my mind. I tried returning to the ridge the next night, but cloudy skies prevented another shoot. A few days later, when I went back to the dark room to make more prints, the space was empty. Mr. Space was empty. Mr. Stay. Mr. Stay, Carver the janitor, gave me a strange look when I said hi. Something seemed off. I reached into my locker and discovered my geometric streak. Prints were completely gone. All of them. Not just one or two, but the entire set had vanished. When I asked Mr. Stair had vanished. When I asked Mr. Stair has Stair Carver about it, he explained that a couple nights ago, some men in black suits had come by after hours. They were asking weird questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things that weren't supposed to be seen. They specifically wanted to know if anyone had been taking photos of the sky, mentioning something about too much light and things better left unseen. The encounter left me unsettled. I kept checking the lab daily, but no new prints appeared. My negatives remained untouched, but the feeling of unease grew. One night, walking back from the campus library, a black sedan was parked under a street lamp near my apartment. Two men in dark suits sat inside, watching. As I passed, their headlights flickered briefly. I hurried home and locked everything. Strange occurrences started happening. My phone battery drained quickly. I'd catch glimpses of movement outside my window that disappeared when I looked. While driving home late, my headlights dimmed momentarily. I stopped going to the ridge and told no one, not even Claire. An email arrived on my school account one afternoon. No subject, just a cryptic message. "You've seen too much light lately." It came from an unrecognizable address. I replied, but received no response. That night, I thought I saw a shadow outside my apartment. When I looked closer, it vanished. I tried convincing myself it was just a street light playing tricks. Eventually, I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location. Though I never saw those men in black again, the feeling they'd been watching never completely went away. I was just a hobbyist, someone fascinated by UFOs, military sites, and restricted areas. Digging through public satellite data had become my weekend routine. That afternoon, something caught my eye, a chunk of land near a military testing zone in southern Utah. Every map marked it off limits, but the satellite images revealed something extraordinary. The ground bore perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes, carved with such precision they seemed deliberate. No news, no forums, no discussions. Intrigued, I downloaded the images, cleaned them up meticulously, and posted a detailed thread on a small online forum. I included coordinates, zoom-ins and overlays, hoping others might see what I saw. That night, lying in bed, the images haunted me. What was the purpose of those shapes? Who had access to this land? Why was it so strictly restricted? I felt like I'd uncovered something meant to remain hidden. Around midnight, an unexpected knock interrupted my thoughts. Living alone on the town's edge, late-night visitors were unheard of. At first, I dismissed it as a prank or a drunk neighbor. But the knocks continued, slow, deliberate, spaced evenly. Peering through the peephole revealed nothing. When I cracked the door open, a man in a dark suit stood silently. He looked like a classic government agent from old movies. No greeting, no smile. Just a direct question. "What do you think you saw?" Caught off guard, I stammered. "Excuse me?" He repeated the question, his tone a quiet but firm warning. Heart racing, I quickly shut and locked the door. Something felt wrong. The encounter left me unsettled, like someone was watching, waiting. Those satellite images and that strange night changed everything. I stopped photographing the night sky. Something didn't feel right anymore. The shapes, the man, the restricted land, it all seemed part of a larger, unknown story. I worked as a night security guard at the Mount Kelsey Observatory for almost 3 years. It's this remote facility about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, up on a ridge surrounded by pine trees. Pretty much the only indication of some agency was a faint sense of unease. The knocking started again just a few seconds after I closed the door, happening every 3 minutes like clockwork. No words, just that heavy, deliberate sound. I tried to call a friend to come over, but my phone had no signal. Weird, since I usually get decent reception here. I checked the locks and windows, making sure everything was secure. Sitting near the door, I stayed awake and listened. The knocking never stopped, sharp against the silence, like a metronome. Each time I looked through the peephole, the hallway was empty. No one was there. It was as if the sound came from nowhere, yet the knocks were definitely real, echoing faintly down the hall. I contemplated calling the police, but wondered what I would say. There's a guy knocking on my door, but no one's there. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind. Hours passed. I didn't sleep, constantly looking at the door and waiting for the knocks every 3 minutes. It was exhausting and terrifying in a way I can't explain, like being watched, but not in a normal way. At some point, I noticed the air felt colder near the door, even though my heater was on. A quiet, almost buzzing sound, faint and steady, seemed to underlie everything. When the first rays of sunlight started coming through my window, the knocking stopped just like that. The hallway was quiet again. I didn't open the door until mid-morning. When I finally did, there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no notes, nothing. Later that day, I checked online. The thread I had posted about the satellite images was gone, deleted, completely wiped. No explanation, no warnings, just vanished. I don't know what to make of any of it. The man, the knocking, the images disappearing. It feels like something I wasn't supposed to see, or maybe someone who didn't want me to see it. I'm still here, and the shapes on the ground are still there too, on those satellite maps that somehow escaped deletion. But I don't touch those images anymore, and if I hear knocking at my door again, I'm not opening it. My night shifts at the observatory were usually calm and quiet. Miles of open landscapes surrounded the facility, making it an ideal location for telescopes. Most evenings passed uneventfully, just me patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, and keeping watch for any unexpected visitors or wildlife. That particular night in mid-October was clear and cold, with only a thin sliver of moonlight casting dim shadows. Around midnight, something caught my attention. Over the east ridge, not far from the facility, 2 bright spheres hung suspended in the air. Unlike typical aircraft or drones, these lights remained steady and intense, glowing a pale blue-white. Initially, I suspected someone might be playing around with spotlights, but these spheres behaved differently. They weren't attached to anything and remained perfectly still, hovering side by side about 50 feet apart, just above the tree line. Grabbing my flashlight and binoculars, I watched carefully. For nearly 5 minutes, the spheres remained motionless and silent. I radioed the control room to report the unusual sight. They instructed me to observe but not approach. Then, without warning, the spheres began to rise. First 20 feet, then 30, planning straight upward at a speed faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever seen. Within seconds, they vanished into the night sky. I spent the rest of my shift alternating between monitoring the property cameras and walking the grounds, searching for any explanation. No evidence remained, no footprints, vehicles, or signs of disturbance near the ridge. When I completed my report, I tried to describe the incident objectively, focusing on the facts. 2 bright lights that hovered silently before disappearing. The next morning changed everything. My manager Jeff was waiting for me, uncharacteristically tense and watching the door nervously. Before I could ask what was happening, 2 men in formal attire walked into the office. I noticed their eyes the moment they looked at me. The agents from Homeland Security didn't introduce themselves, wearing black suits that exuded a cold, calm authority. No names, just thick metal badges with numbers, 0473 and 8921. Jeff told me they were here to discuss my report. It's hard to explain, but their eyes never blinked. Not once. They stared straight ahead, unblinking, like they weren't quite human or didn't want to reveal anything. They asked the same questions I'd already answered. What I saw, when, if I'd noticed anything unusual around the observatory. I stuck to the facts, the spheres, their movement, the silence, my inability to find an explanation. They didn't write anything down, just nodded and exchanged occasional glances. Jeff hovered nearby but remained quiet. After about 20 minutes, the agents left without explanation or instructions. Before walking out, I overheard a whisper about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena. After they left, a weird feeling settled over me. The rest of the day felt off. Cameras showed static at odd times, like the feed was randomly interrupted. Every time I looked at Jeff, he avoided eye contact, suggesting he knew something I didn't. That night, I returned to work, hoping for normalcy. Walking the perimeter, I saw the same two spheres again, hovering silently in their exact previous spot. This time a low, electrical hum surrounded me. The forest felt sterile, no wind, no rustling leaves, no wildlife sounds. It was as if the entire area was holding its breath. I stopped and looked at the spheres. When I blinked, one seemed to flicker, almost glitching. The thought made my stomach twist. I'd never seen anything like it. The spheres rose slowly, moving toward the observatory itself. I tried to radio the control room, but static overwhelmed my crackling voice. The lights hovered over the main telescope dome for about 10 minutes before vanishing completely. Weeks passed, and the observatory eventually felt normal again. But some things remained etched in my memory. Those agents who never blinked. The spheres that hovered silently in the forest's strange stillness. I continued working night shifts, always wondering. Every time the wind died down and the sky went completely quiet, I'd find myself scanning the darkness, half expecting those spheres to reappear. Security cameras would occasionally catch something moving just out of frame, too fast for a person, too vague to be an animal. Small details haunted me, faint footprints leading nowhere, patches of scorched grass near the equipment sheds. Jeff dismissed my concerns, suggesting animals or pranksters might be responsible, but the unease never completely left me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even after the spheres stopped appearing following that strange night. I don't have clear answers, just a collection of moments I can't explain. And somehow, that's enough to keep me glancing over my shoulder from time to time. It wasn't a typical October night near Fallon, Nevada. I'm Jake, an urban explorer interested in abandoned sites with historical significance. Not the thrill-seeking type, but someone drawn to forgotten places. The decommissioned missile silo sat a few miles outside town, tucked away in scrubland, fenced off but not completely secure. Its massive concrete opening revealed a deep underground shaft. Late afternoon, with the sun low and orange, a dry chill in the air, I parked my truck on a distant dirt road and approached on foot. Silence pressed against my ears, broken only by the crunch of my boots on gravel. Concrete walls bore cracks and faded graffiti. Leaning over the edge, I peered into the seemingly bottomless darkness. My phone's flashlight barely illuminated the first few feet. The shaft was cool and stale, like a place sealed away from the world for ages. I rigged up a harness, planning to lower myself down and get a better look inside. A flicker caught my eye in the shadows, a faint glow, maybe from a phone or lantern. I hesitated, then dismissed it as a trick of light or a sun reflection. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Descending about 20 feet, I noticed the walls were damp. The musty smell of old metal and earth surrounded me. The earlier glow had vanished, but my flashlight revealed something else. A series of irregular, pulsating blue and white lights deeper in the shaft. When I called out, my voice echoed strangely against the concrete walls, met only by silence. Something felt off. My heart raced for reasons I couldn't explain. I climbed back up as the wind picked up and the sky darkened. I scanned the area. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of anyone else. Driving back to town, my truck's dashboard began acting strange. The gauges flickered, and the radio suddenly emitted a low electrical hum before cutting out completely. When I reached home, everything seemed normal. Clothes scattered, books piled on the table. But something was waiting. In my mailbox, a single photograph sat alone. No envelope, no markings. Just a messy note on the back. We're not buried that deep. The first time I saw the photo, I froze. Grainy and black and white, it showed me from above. Standing at the edge of the silos opening at night, I knew the spot instantly. My silhouette was clear, hands resting on the concrete rim, looking down. How this photo landed on my doorstep, I had no idea. I live alone on the second floor with a locked apartment and only the landlord having a spare key. I barely know him. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Was I imagining those lights? Had someone been in the silo with me? I went back during the day, alone and with friends. Nothing seemed unusual. No sounds, no footprints, no evidence of anyone else. The area was unnervingly quiet. A week later, driving past the silo at dusk, my truck's radio died again. The sky was clear, sunset fading. That same low, steady hum returned. I killed the engine and stepped outside. The evening was strange. No cicadas, the air heavy and thick. Just beyond the tree line, I spotted that faint glow again. Not moving fast, just hovering low. It flickered between blue and white. This wasn't a helicopter or plane. No wings, no sound. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Minutes passed. Then the light dimmed, vanishing into the night like it had never existed. I went home and locked everything. Triple-checked windows. Sleep didn't come easily for days. Weird things haven't stopped completely. My porch lights flicker at night when no one's around. My phone glitches. Unexplained photos appear in my gallery, just static and indecipherable shapes. That photo on my doorstep haunts me. Someone watching me from above the silo. I'm not sure I want to know why. My name's Lisa Moreno. Just after midnight, I was on the dock, filming. The lake was flat, sound swallowed whole. Thick clouds blocked the moon, and the air felt heavy with impending rain. I was waiting, hoping, dreading those strange lights would show up again. Asheville, Washington isn't just a place, it's practically wilderness. My small cabin sits on the outskirts, where the landscape feels more wild than settled. Documenting strange occurrences isn't just a hobby for me. It's something deeper, almost like a compulsion. Last week, something unusual happened near the lake. While playing with my phone's camera, I noticed odd lights flickering over the water. These weren't natural movements, not birds, planes, or fireflies. Instead, they were small orbs that hovered and zipped in patterns that defied explanation. I decided to record them, not to prove anything, but simply because the scene was so peculiar. The footage revealed lights pulsing in a loose circle above the lake, moving with an almost intentional rhythm. Complete silence accompanied these movements. When I showed the clips to Jamie over coffee, he suggested it might be a drone. But something felt different. The movements weren't mechanical, and these lights seemed to hide within the fog. I kept returning to the lake, hoping to understand what I was seeing. Strange occurrences began mounting. First, a power flicker in my cabin, subtle but distinct. While editing video, the lights dimmed and then disappeared for about 10 seconds. Only my cabin was affected. When power returned, my laptop had frozen inexplicably. My phone started behaving oddly too. The battery drained unusually fast. GPS would randomly shut off, and the compass would spin erratically, especially near the lake. The night before everything changed, I went to bed early, skipping my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I had locked the porch door, which was unusual for me. The noise wasn't a knock, but a soft, dragging shuffle across the wooden porch. Heart racing, I approached the peephole, pulse quickening with each step. I worked the night shift at a gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. Nothing special, just a small place. The night it all started, I was standing by the door when something strange happened. A man dressed entirely in black appeared on my porch. No, just standing there like a statue, completely motionless. He was facing the door, his face in shadow. I didn't open it. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the floor. A photo. I cracked the door open and reached down to pick it up. The photo was old, yellowed at the edges. When I looked up, the man had vanished. No footsteps, no sign he'd walked away. It was a picture of me as a kid, maybe 6 or 7 years old. I was standing in a park, smiling, wearing that blue jacket my mum bought me that winter. I turned the photo over, nothing written on the back. That night I couldn't sleep. The next day, I showed Jamie. He examined it closely. "Where did you get this?" he asked. After I explained what happened, he frowned. "That's unsettling." We agreed to keep it between us. Days passed. I kept watching, but the man never returned. Strange things started happening, though. Unknown numbers would call my phone, never leaving messages. The lake's lights continued to flicker, and I felt watched, even inside the cabin. One evening, a soft tapping came from the window. But when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside. I couldn't connect the man to the lights or the weird glitches. I didn't know what he wanted or why he had that photo. Something changed after that night. I began noticing things I'd overlooked before, how fog rolls in too quickly, how power blinks in half a house. Those quiet moments when the world feels paused, holding its breath. At night, looking over the lake, I sometimes see shapes moving beyond the trees. The photo sits on my desk next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Not yet. I was working the late shift at a convenience store on a stretch of highway known for travelers stopping to refuel. grab snacks, or get coffee before heading into remote areas. That Tuesday in early October was gloomy, with low-grey clouds and occasional drizzle giving way to a deep, bone-chilling night, the kind of chill that seeps through your clothing, making you regret not bringing a warmer layer. A night where the wind whispers through the trees, creating an unsettling emptiness. 3 hours into my shift, I was mindlessly scrolling on my phone when the door's bell rang. 2 men entered, and I mean identical. Same height, same build, dark hair slicked back, wearing matching black suits that looked tailored from another era. They moved with deliberate, unhurried precision, like they had a clear purpose. They didn't look around. No eye contact. Just stood motionless at the counter, like 2 perfectly synchronized statues. "I'll take a pack of Marlboro," one said in a flat, low voice. 2 black coffees, added the other. I rang up their purchase, and they paid with crisp $100 billion hills. No small talk, no thanks, just an unbroken, intense stare. Then I noticed something strange. A cold, metallic smell filled the air, like burnt ozone, stronger and more intense than the scent before a thunderstorm. Not unpleasant, just profoundly unnatural. It seemed to radiate from them, seeping into every corner of the store. Just before leaving, the first man leaned toward me and whispered, "The sky is safer when it's empty." Confused, I asked, "What?" He simply nodded slightly and walked out with his companion. I stood frozen, watching the door swing shut, that bizarre cold smell lingering long after they'd gone. The heater was running at full blast, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Strange events began unfolding after 2 mysterious men had passed through the store. Initially, I dismissed their visit as nothing more than an odd encounter, but something felt off. A persistent smell lingered in the air, transforming the familiar store into a space charged with tension. Over the next few nights, unusual occurrences started to pile up. The sky became an anomaly, completely pitch black and devoid of clouds or stars, as if someone had extinguished all celestial light. Street lamps flickered bizarrely, casting shadows that seemed disconnected from their sources. Glimpses of dark shapes moving between pine trees caught my eye, vanishing the moment I tried to focus. The gas station's security cameras began acting strangely too. Black cars that typically sat in the far corner of the parking lot would mysteriously disappear and reappear, with the feed cutting to static for exactly 33 seconds. When I mentioned these peculiarities to the manager, I was told to reset the system and forget about it. Soft, distant humming sounds began haunting the nights. I'd step outside searching for the source, but nothing would be moving, no headlights, no people. One night, a pale, round light glided slowly across the clear sky. Unlike any aircraft, it moved too smoothly, almost ethereally, before vanishing behind the darkness. My co-workers dismissed my observations as imagination or ordinary phenomena, but I knew something was different. A week after those men's visit, the store's atmosphere had fundamentally changed. It felt like it was waiting, anticipating something unknown. When the bell jingled again and a woman simply stopped for a soda, the underlying tension remained palpable. Something had shifted, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to happen. It was close to 4 a.m., with a strong wind rattling the building's siding. As I finished my shift, wiping down the counters and thinking about home, the door jingled again. 2 men entered, same black suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. They walked directly to the counter, silent. That cold smell returned thick and heavy. The first man spoke quietly, almost like a warning. "The sky is safer when it's empty." My throat went dry. I wanted to ask what he meant, but could only nod, feeling trapped in a strange dream. They handed me a plain, unmarked envelope. The second man simply said, "Keep it safe," before they turned and left without another word. After they disappeared, I stared at the door. The cold smell lingered. When I finally opened the envelope, I found just a few blurry photos, strange lights and long shadows cast over the trees near the gas station. I still don't understand what it all meant. Now, during my shifts, I watch the sky, waiting. I don't expect those men to return, but sometimes when the wind rises and the night goes quiet, I feel like something watches from the treetops. I keep working nights at the station, and that cold smell comes back occasionally, usually right before the sky darkens more than it should. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. My late-night drive home from the hospital wound through Cedar Falls' quiet outskirts. The road stretched empty, trees barely visible in my headlights' dim glow. A cool autumn night, with soft fog blurring the road's edges. I wasn't rushing, just wanting to get home, maybe catch some sleep before my early morning shift. The sky was mostly clear, low clouds drifting, the moon hidden behind them. Halfway through my drive, something strange appeared ahead. I was driving out in the country when something strange happened. The sky began to change, not with lightning or fireworks, but with these weird, swirling colored bands of light. Mostly greens and blues, they pulsed and flickered with an almost rhythmic movement. I'd seen northern lights before, but this was different, quieter, without thunder or crackling. I pulled over to the shoulder and stepped out of my car. Cold air wrapped around me and fog curled near my boots. The entire sky was dancing with this hypnotic light, electric and thick, yet almost silent, except for a faint rustling of trees. When I tried to record it on my phone, the screen flickered and the camera wouldn't focus properly. After a few moments, the lights faded like dissolving smoke, leaving behind only the regular stars, barely visible through the fog. I got back in my car and continued driving, thinking about telling my brother, but worried he'd dismiss it as a drone show or airplane lights. About 20 minutes later, I pulled into my driveway and immediately noticed something odd. Across the driver's side of my windshield was a scratched message. At first, I thought it was just a smear, but when I wiped it with my sleeve, the words were clear: "Look up less." As I stood there, rubbing my eyes in disbelief, I noticed a black sedan parked down the street. About 50 yards away, it sat motionless with its engine running, no one inside. It seemed to be waiting, its soft humming breaking the night's silence. I went inside and locked the door, unsettled. The next morning, I shared the story with my neighbors, the strange lights, the mysterious windshield message. But no one had any explanation. The event started small. A black car, always parked with its engine running, but never showing a driver. No one else seemed to notice or care. The police brushed it off, saying they'd watch out but not appearing concerned. Strange things escalated quickly. At night, low humming sounds drifted from the woods behind my house. No equipment was nearby, just this faint, persistent buzz. Then came the night everything changed. Around 3 a.m., a pure white light flooded my bedroom, bright as midday. When I looked outside, the street was empty. The black car had vanished. Dressed and anxious, I went out to investigate. Thick fog hung around the trees, and an eerie silence blanketed the street. Where the car had been, nothing remained. The next morning, a chilling message appeared on the old maple tree's bark. "Stop watching." The jagged, deliberate handwriting matched the earlier message on my windshield. I started asking neighbors about unusual occurrences. A few mentioned strange skylights. One neighbor said his dog had been barking at seemingly nothing for hours. Something felt off. Not a physical presence, but a sense of being watched, shadows in street lamps that weren't mine. A faint glow behind the tree line late at night. Darkness became unbearable. I stopped going outside after sunset. One night I heard footsteps crunching in the leaves by my back door. Peering through the blinds revealed nothing but an empty yard and wind-blown branches scratching against the window. When I tried calling a friend, my phone was mysteriously dead. The unease grew. Something was watching, waiting, but I couldn't explain what or why. I was out photographing stars at Devil's Ridge near Flagstaff, Arizona, a spot I discovered while hiking a couple years back. Late September brought a dry, crisp air that turned surprisingly cold once the sun dropped. I brought my full camera setup, tripod, lenses, and phone. About an hour after sunset, I was perfectly positioned to capture the Milky Way. The landscape was eerily quiet, with only occasional wind whistling through pine needles and scrub. I was deep in concentration, adjusting aperture and checking exposure, totally focused on getting the perfect shot of that stunning star-filled sky. That's when something caught my eye on the ridge across the small valley. Later, strange things started happening. My phone's battery died despite being fully charged the night before. The signal grew weak, like I was in a dead zone, even though my house normally had full bars. Time began to feel off. Some hours seemed to slip by faster than others. I glanced at the clock and swear minutes had vanished. A few nights after that initial encounter, a black car rolled silently down my street. Its headlights were off, engine hushed. It stopped directly in front of my house and just sat there for what felt like an eternity. No one emerged. My heart raced as I stared back, and eventually the car disappeared into the fog. The messages stopped. The mysterious lights faded. The black car never returned. I went back to my normal routines. But sometimes, especially when driving home late or sitting alone outside, that same subtle feeling of being watched creeps back. It's a soft pressure on the back of my neck. The windshield scratches have almost disappeared. I still don't know who left those messages or why that car kept appearing. The meaning behind Look Up Less remains a mystery. But something was definitely there, something I can't fully explain. The rock outcrop was narrow, and against the starlit sky, a dark figure stood motionless like a statue. I couldn't make out any features, just a still, black shape. Was it another photographer or a late-night hiker? The location was remote, and I'd heard no footsteps or voices. I called out softly, then a bit louder, "Hey, you okay over there?" Nothing, no response. Then, suddenly, the figure vanished, not by walking away or hiding, but as if someone had simply switched it off. I blinked, looked again, but saw nothing. Unease crept in, mixed with curiosity. Alone in this isolated spot, I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks. Maybe it was the darkness, the light on the ridge, or just my imagination. I tried to refocus on the stars, but my hands trembled. Minutes later, my phone rang, an unfamiliar number with random digits. Something compelled me to answer. A distorted, cold voice spoke just 3 words. "We're watching." Then silence. My heart raced as the cold air seemed to grow colder. Should I leave or investigate? I rationalized it as a prank, but that voice didn't sound like a joke. I decided to drive home, taking long, winding desert roads. The radio crackled with static, and shadows seemed to dance around me. In the rearview mirror, I caught fleeting glimpses of headlights that disappeared when I looked directly. Exhausted and on edge, I finally reached home. I checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Everything seemed normal. The next day, I returned to the ridge with friends. We searched for footprints or any sign of disturbance, but found nothing. The rocks and dirt were untouched. That night, from my bedroom window, I saw a shadow slip between the trees across the street. A neighbor, a stray animal, but something felt off. My job as a security guard at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, isn't glamorous. I spend my nights watching screens, making sure no unauthorized people slip through. Most shifts are uneventful, but 2 weeks ago, something unusual happened. Around 3 a.m., with the room lit only by monitor screens, I was scrolling through perimeter camera feeds. The night was quiet, just the soft hum of machines and distant wind. Suddenly, a camera feed caught my eye, a stretch of road about half a mile from the main gates. At 3:02 a.m., a black sedan with no headlights pulled up and stopped. The car looked older, maybe from the late 90s or early 2000s. 2 men emerged, but their movements were anything but normal. They seemed to glide inches above the ground, stepping out silently in an unnaturally smooth way. Standing side by side, they scanned the horizon with an eerie calmness. Their gaze was unsettling. No blinking, no natural head movements. Just rigid, unmoving figures searching for something. For 2 minutes, they remained perfectly still. The shadows they cast were the strangest part. Since then, I've kept returning to Devil's Ridge, though I haven't seen that figure again. Sometimes when I'm out there, a quiet pressure makes me feel watched, like eyes just out of view. Occasionally, my phone lights up with calls from unknown numbers. When I answer, there's only silence. I can't explain what I saw or who those figures were, but one thing's certain. Out in the dark under the stars, something was definitely paying attention. I was working the night shift at the base, watching the cameras. Everything seemed routine until something strange happened. 2 men appeared on the footage, but something was off. They didn't cast any shadows, and the streetlight should have been behind them, yet their shapes were unnaturally clear. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The walkie-talkie crackled, and another guard asked if I was witnessing the same thing. I described the car and the men, my voice tense. Then, as quickly as they materialized, the 2 men stepped back toward the car, their feet lifting off the ground and gliding in an impossible manner. The car moved forward without headlights, vanishing into the darkness. When I tried to rewind and slow down the video, the feed suddenly cut out. All monitors blinked off momentarily before returning to normal daytime footage. The entire 3 a.m. recording had disappeared. My supervisor told me not to worry, but I knew something wasn't right. I asked other guards about what happened, but they either hadn't seen anything or weren't talking. For the next few nights, I stayed close to that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever it was. Nothing came. Days later, driving home on the same stretch of road, I spotted a car parked on the side with no lights on. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but the vehicle was empty. Local residents started sharing stories about strange lights near the base and unexplained noises in the hills. I'm not one to believe in ghost stories, but these people looked genuinely concerned. The way those men moved, the missing shadows, the vanished footage, None of it made sense. Was it a military test or something else entirely? I still work here, keeping watch over the cameras. The 3 a.m. feed is now under extra security. Sometimes, when the night is quiet and the wind picks up just right, I swear I can feel eyes watching from the dark hills outside the base. I don't know what I saw that night, but I know it wasn't normal. The forest trail was quiet on this early fall afternoon, with the sun setting quickly and a sharp edge to the air. Damp from recent rain, the woods held that thick, earthy smell. I'm Claire, a graphic designer from Seattle who needed to escape the city's constant noise and pressure. My midday hike started out completely normal. The trail was mostly empty, with just the occasional runner or dog walker passing by. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye. A black briefcase sitting perfectly upright near some ferns. No markings, no logos, just a scratched, matte black surface that looked like it had been dragged or bumped around. Curiosity pulled me closer. The briefcase was locked tight, with no visible combination or keyhole. It resembled a hard shell case for camera equipment, but something about it felt off. I tried jiggling the handle, shaking it, but it didn't move. Thinking someone might return for it, I left the case and continued walking. That's when things started to feel strange. The forest around me changed. The air seemed heavier, sounds became muted, like someone had turned down the world's volume. Bird calls and leaf rustling felt distant, almost unreal. I tried to shake off the feeling, assuming stress was playing tricks on my mind. But then, when I turned back, the briefcase was gone, completely vanished. No footprints, no disturbed ferns, nothing. Just empty ground where it had been moments before. In the days that followed, an unsettling sensation crept into my life. I constantly felt watched, though no one was ever there. My phone began acting weird, battery draining unusually fast, strange static during calls, brief screen flickering. Something had changed, though I couldn't explain what. The crop circle story wasn't typical of my usual reporting gig. As a local news writer for the Melrose Gazette, I usually cover mundane events like county fairs and city council meetings. But this was different. Something inexplicably drew me to investigate. It was just after dusk when I arrived. The Platte River mist hung heavy in the sky, and the farm's dirt road glistened from recent rain. Cornfields stretched on both sides like dark sentinels, their tall stalks brushing against low clouds. An unusual scent permeated the air, damp earth mixed with something metallic I couldn't quite place. My editor had given me the green light to do a quick piece. The farmer, Hank, seemed uneasy but allowed me to explore. I parked near the field's edge, camera and notepad in hand. Days later, another strange encounter unsettled me. I returned to the trailhead to clear my mind, hoping to shake off the lingering unease. As I walked, a man caught my attention, standing quietly at the parking lot's edge. He was impeccably dressed in a black suit and tie, with short, neatly combed dark hair. But something was profoundly wrong. His eyes were not just tired or vacant. They were completely hollow, like empty sockets devoid of any life or emotion. He watched me start down the trail, and when I looked back, expecting him to speak, he simply turned and walked away. His footsteps were silent on the gravel. Later hikes revealed no trace of the mysterious briefcase or any disturbance where I'd originally found it, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Sometimes, in moments of solitude, I catch a glimpse of a figure just beyond my peripheral vision, always in a black suit, always with those same unsettling, empty eyes. Questions consume me. What was in that briefcase? Why was it there? Why did it vanish? I have no answers. Only an overwhelming sense that something was attempting to communicate in a way I cannot comprehend. I walked carefully through the crops, staying on the path. The circle stretched about 50 feet wide, with perfect rings and lines flattened into the corn. Every stalk was bent but not broken, looking almost too precise, like someone had used a stencil. The ground remained wet, and the crops hadn't started to wilt or dry. This was recent. The silence struck me first. It was one of those moments where the world simply stopped making noise. No insects buzzed, no leaves rustled. Only the soft squish of my boots in mud broke the stillness. Even the farm dogs down the road were quiet, which felt deeply unnatural. I took photos and jotted down notes, my breath misting in the cool air. My phone battery was acting strange, dropping from 70% and 20% in less than 10 minutes, though I hadn't been using it much. Maybe the damp was interfering. Stepping back, I surveyed the circle from a distance. Thick mist swirled in the low light, and tall cornstalks seemed to close in, almost blocking my view beyond the field's edge. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but saw nothing. Just the cornfield moving gently in the breeze. Low, calm male voices emerged, speaking just out of earshot. I caught what sounded like a repeated question. Curious, I started walking toward the sound, trying to locate whoever was speaking. Suddenly, two men appeared through the fog. They wore black suits, business style, no ties, shoes polished despite the mud. They looked completely out of place in a nighttime cornfield. One of them looked directly at me and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His soft voice cut through the silence like a knife. Confused, I asked. "What do you mean?" They didn't respond. The second man just stared, his dark eyes unreadable. As I took a step back, my skin prickling, the mist thickened between us. Before I could speak again, they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading into the fog like ghosts. I called out, but the mist swallowed my voice. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it all, the voices, the mysterious question, the sudden appearance of those two men. Here's the rewritten text: "The mist rolls in thick over Melrose sometimes, and when it does, I'm taken back to that night. The memory lingers like the fog itself, uncertain, haunting. I rarely talk about what happened, but the questions never really leave." At dawn, the farmer and deputies were with me when we discovered the crop circle had vanished, not trampled or damaged, just completely gone. The corn stood tall, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. No traces remained, no footprints, no machinery marks, nothing. My photos from that night still exist, and the mist looks denser than I recall, almost like a heavy curtain, obscuring reality. It started with the black sedan. First, I thought it was just someone visiting a neighbor. Late one Tuesday night around 11 p.m., the street was quiet except for occasional passing cars. The car was pristine, a newer model with completely blacked out windows, parked perfectly parallel to the curb. No plates, no movement. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look, but the driver remained motionless, engine off. The next night, the same car returned. I asked my neighbor Tim if he'd noticed anything strange, but he hadn't. Over the following week, the vehicle appeared every night at the same time, never moving, never making a sound. From my living room window, I watched. The tinted windows concealed any view of the driver, yet I was certain someone was inside. This all came after another unexplained incident. Driving home late on State Route 42, that mostly empty highway cutting through town's edge, I stopped at a roadside overlook to stretch and breathe the night air. The sky was clear, stars bright, and the temperature crisp. While scrolling through old phone photos, I glanced up and saw something hovering about 50 feet above the highway's center line. A dark shape, unusual and inexplicable. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a strange dream. But then the mist comes, and the unanswered question echoes in my mind, reminding me that some experiences defy explanation. The streetlights flickered like they were struggling with power when I first saw it. This object was smooth and rounded, nothing like a typical aircraft. No wings, no blinking lights, no sound, just floating perfectly still in the sky. Trying to take pictures was difficult. The thing seemed to absorb light, blurring its edges against the darkness. It drifted slowly to the right over the trees and vanished as quietly as it had appeared. I drove home without much thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. A few days later, a black sedan started parking outside my house. The car just sat there, windows tinted, no lights, but definitely observing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone was checking out the neighborhood. But why me? I had no enemies, no outstanding debts, no recent conflicts. The only difference was the photos I'd taken. Something made me keep them, though I didn't show anyone. Not friends, not family. They remained hidden on my phone. A week after the car first appeared, I went outside to smoke and noticed a shadow moving behind the tinted windows. The driver's head turned slowly, watching me. I swallowed hard and went back inside, locking the door and checking the windows. Was I being paranoid? Then one evening around 9 p.m., there was an unusual knock. Soft, deliberate, like someone wanted to get my attention without making noise. I opened the door slightly and saw a man in a perfectly pressed black suit. No tie. He looked ordinary, but something about his demeanor was unsettling. Too calm, as if he'd rehearsed this moment countless times. He didn't smile or greet me. Instead, he handed me a plain business card with a single line printed in black ink. Forget the pictures. His voice was barely a whisper. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty, no car, no other people in sight. The Oklahoma plains in late April are a beast that can break or make you if you're into storm chasing. For years I've been doing this as a freelance gig, picking up work for local news and weather sites. Just me, my truck, and a camera. That afternoon, the sky was an insane mix of dark, gray, and green, the kind that makes you feel like the air itself is charged. I was following a funnel cloud northwest of Tulsa on some empty back roads. Wind howling, dust whipping around. The storm building fast. I pulled over on a gravel shoulder, set up my camera on the tripod, and started filming the funnel from a safe distance. The cloud was rotating steady, thick at the base, tearing across the flat land. I was focused on the usual stuff. Swirling dust, distant lightning, the way clouds shifted and twisted. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught something that didn't fit. A faint shimmer, like a reflection or heat haze, just above the funnel's tip. I adjusted the zoom for a better look. At first, I thought it was debris caught in the updraft, but this was too smooth, too precise. It looked like some kind of metallic object floating or hovering, catching the fading sunlight in a way that made it gleam. The shape was vague, sort of oval, maybe the size of a small car, but it moved slowly, deliberately, not spinning, not tumbling, just holding position like it was watching the storm or riding its edge. I kept filming, heart pounding, trying to stay steady. The wind was getting worse and rain was starting to spit. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 minutes. Later, I looked down at a thick, almost unnaturally smooth card. I wanted to throw it away but stuck it in my pocket instead. After that night, the black sedan stopped showing up, but the photos stayed on my phone, and sometimes in the dark and quiet, I catch myself glancing out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I don't know if I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that sometimes when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. There's something watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. I uploaded the video to my YouTube channel right after the storm, sharing what I'd captured with some storm-chasing forums. By the next morning, it had exploded online, tens of thousands of views, with endless speculation. Some people were convinced it was a drone, while others argued it was just a light trick or reflection. I wasn't sure what to make of it myself. Then things got strange. A call came around noon, the day after the video went viral. An unrecognized number. The caller claimed to be an insurance agent, asking about potential wind damage to my brain. At first, I thought it was a joke, but the voice was eerily clinical, like they were reading from a prepared script. They spoke about routine checks for cognitive impairments from high-risk weather events. When I asked for more details, the line went silent and then disconnected. Calling back revealed the number was already dead. Suddenly, the footage vanished. My YouTube channel remained, but the video was gone without a trace. No takedown notice, no explanation. I tried re-uploading from my backup, but it wouldn't process. Even more bizarre, other forum members who had saved or shared the video found their files mysteriously corrupted or deleted. Strange occurrences started mounting. My phone would beep randomly with no notifications. Looking up, I'd catch fleeting reflections or quick cloud flashes. Nothing concrete, just hints of something trying to stay hidden. One night driving home from a diner, my radio went completely silent for 5 full minutes. No static, no sound at all, despite the engine running perfectly. A car check the next day revealed no technical issues. I kept expecting an official contact, maybe requesting the footage or wanting an interview. Nothing ever came. Months have passed now. I still chase storms, but I'm more cautious. I keep my distance from funnels and anything that feels too close or unusual. It was early October, the leaves just starting to turn in the Bitterroot National Forest. Montana's wilderness stretched out before me, the air carrying that distinct crispness that whispers of winter's approach. I'd chosen a less traveled trail, hoping for solitude and maybe a few good photographs of the changing landscape. The day began ordinarily enough. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, distant streams murmured their background music, but something shifted halfway through my hike. As I crossed a small ridge and descended into a hollow, the forest went eerily silent. Not just quiet, completely muted. No bird calls, no wind, no rustling of animal movement. Even the stream's distant babble had vanished. I stopped, standing motionless. The air felt unnaturally still, pressing down with an almost tangible weight. I tried to rationalize it, a weird wind pocket, perhaps a rare moment of absolute stillness. But the silence felt deliberate, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then I saw it. In a clearing ahead, what first looked like a black tarp resolved into a helicopter, matte black, no markings, hovering about 20 feet above. Its blades spun slowly, emitting a low, almost mechanical hum unlike any helicopter I'd encountered before. Beneath the helicopter stood 3 figures, completely motionless. Dressed in uniform black, they were featureless shapes, no faces, no distinguishable details. Just 3 dark silhouettes standing in a perfect line, frozen like statues. My body froze. My brain screamed to move, to turn back, but my legs wouldn't respond. Hands shaking, I raised my camera and snapped a few pictures. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the entire encounter. The metallic shape, the strange silence, the figures. But the memory of that shimmer above what seemed like a forming funnel cloud remains burned in my mind. I can't explain what I saw. I just know it wasn't part of any storm or forest experience I'd ever encountered before. After that strange day in the clearing, everything seemed normal for a week. Monday morning, I drove to work, taking my usual 25-minute route through back roads and light traffic. About 10 minutes into the drive, I noticed a black SUV trailing me. It was a large vehicle with tinted windows and no visible plates. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but the SUV stayed right behind me all the way to downtown. I tried to shake it off by taking several turns, hoping to lose the vehicle, but it followed persistently. When I stopped at a red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out slightly and spoke in a low, calm voice that sent a chill down my spine. Forests don't like company. Something about his tone was more unsettling than the words themselves. I remained silent as the light turned green and I pulled away. The SUV kept its distance but continued following me for several miles before disappearing. That phrase kept echoing in my mind. Was it a warning? A threat? I tried to convince myself it was just a random comment, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Days passed, and the SUV never reappeared. Yet, I constantly felt like I was being watched. My phone battery began draining unusually quickly, and I'd catch fleeting movements in my peripheral vision. Shadows that vanished the moment I looked directly at them. My mind kept drifting back to that silent clearing where the helicopter had silently lifted over the treetops, leaving behind those 3 motionless figures who seemed to belong to another world. I never returned to that part of the forest. The memory of that day haunts me, especially during quiet moments when the wind is low and the trees stand still. I can't help but feel those dark shapes are still watching from somewhere out there. Earlier, the helicopter had lifted off almost silently, disappearing over the treetops. The figures in the clearing vanished moments later, leaving no trace. I felt a strange chill despite the warm air and quickly left, my heart racing more than usual. I thought I might be stressed or simply tired, but the experience was too vivid to dismiss. To this day, I don't know exactly what happened that day. The mystery remains unsolved, lingering like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. I've been into local mysteries for years, digging into unexplained stories and odd events that don't quite make sense. Last month, my podcast covered a forgotten UFO sighting from the 1970s. A trucker named Walt, who claimed he saw strange lights over a highway near Cherokee and lost time. Most locals treat it like a campfire story, and official records are pretty sparse. But I tracked down some old audio interviews and pieced the story together. The episode unexpectedly blew up, getting more listens than anything I'd done before. Then the weird stuff started happening. At first, just strange voicemails with static bursts. But after a few days, something else emerged beneath the noise, a deep, distorted voice repeating, "Turn back the signal," over and over. I thought it was just a prank. Who would go to such lengths? But the calls kept coming, always at night, always the same cryptic message. Sometimes the static would spike so loud it would shake my phone. I tried blocking the number, but it kept changing. No caller ID, no trace. My friends laughed it off. Just podcast hype, or some internet troll messing around. But something felt wrong. Then one morning, I woke up to find all my recording equipment completely gone. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, headphones, everything I used to make the podcast had vanished. I live alone on the edge of town with no easy access for anyone else. I checked every window and door. Nothing was broken or forced. It was like someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. But what really unnerved me was what I found on my front doormat. A single microphone, one of my old handheld interview mics, placed carefully in the center. When I picked it up, I saw a word carved into the metal near the base. Silence. I barely kept it together. I called the police, but they just shrugged it off as a standard burglary with nothing significant taken. Last night I heard a knock at the door around midnight. It was soft, deliberate. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there. I opened it anyway and found a small, worn cassette tape sitting on the porch-like ledge. No label, no writing. I brought it inside and played it on my old tape player. It was mostly silence except for a low rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. After a minute, the voice came through clearer than before. That same deep voice, calm but chilling, turned back the signal. I turned it off, heart pounding. I'm back here now writing this, trying to make sense of it all. The gear is still gone. The voice keeps coming in bursts of static on my phone. And that mic, silence, still sits on my desk, cold to the touch. I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. I had received a weird message earlier, and they couldn't explain the missing stuff or the mic on the doorstep. There were no signs of forced entry. After that, the voicemails stopped, but I wasn't any less paranoid. I was watching the shadows in my apartment, double-checking locks, jumping at every noise. I shut down the podcast for a while, deleted the episode about Walt, hoping that would stop whatever was happening, but something else started. Sometimes, when I tried to record just ambient sounds or anything normal, the playback would have static or low whispers layered underneath. Nothing clear, but always there. I even tried wiping my phone and computer, reinstalling everything, but the interference persisted. The silence in the room felt heavier, like it was watching me. It was a little after 7 p.m. when I took off from the municipal strip just outside of Missoula. Weather was good, weathered, scattered clouds, no turbulence. I fly a 1974 Piper Cherokee I co-own with a guy named Pete from the flying club. Nothing fancy, just a solid little four-seater we keep in a shared hangar. That night, I was flying solo, just a loop east toward the Bitterroots and back. I like to take short runs around dusk, especially in the fall when the air is smoother. I followed the usual VFR flight plan, got my clearance, did all the checks. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wasn't testing anything new or pushing any altitude, just a routine flight. About 20 minutes in, somewhere over the foothills near Rock Creek, I saw something off the left wing. It looked like another aircraft at first, something metallic, round, maybe 200 FI was flying routine that day, nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, something strange caught my eye about 100 feet away. It moved perfectly parallel to my aircraft, not gaining or losing speed. The object was massive, definitely not a drone. Its shape was bizarre. Perfectly round, like a coin viewed from its edge, with no visible propulsion, no markings, no lights. What struck me most was the absolute silence. Even in a noisy cockpit, the stillness was different. The object moved with an unnatural smoothness that made its silence even more pronounced. For maybe 15 seconds, it maintained pace with me, then abruptly shot upward at a sharp angle, vanishing into the clouds. Following standard procedure, I radioed air traffic control. I kept it professional, just a position report noting an unidentified aircraft. The controller's response was odd. After a brief pause, they reported no traffic in my vicinity and no primary radar detection. This was unusual, even in a low-traffic area. I completed the flight normally, logged my hours, and filed a standard report. I expected maybe a follow-up in a day or two, but nothing happened. A week passed, then two. No communication from anyone, no calls, no emails, not even a note from the FAA representative. With over 30 years of flying experience, I'm used to bureaucratic processes, so I didn't think much of it. But then things got weird. One afternoon, I discovered my online flight log report had completely disappeared, not edited, completely gone, as if it never existed. I checked the paper files in the hangar, and that folder was missing too. When I asked Pete, he claimed he hadn't touched anything. A call to the FAA field office yielded even stranger results. The representative seemed confused, insisting no report was attached to my flight. When I pressed for details, he suggested I might be misremembering, and asked if I was sure I'd submitted anything. Something in his tone made me hesitate. I dropped the inquiry, feeling unexpectedly uncomfortable. Weeks later, on a quiet Sunday morning, I arrived at the hangar early. As I was unlocking the gate to the tarmac, a black rental car was parked on the gravel. Two men in black suits stood beside it, watching. Two men stood by the hangar, no hats or coats despite the cold wind. They weren't talking, just standing silently facing the hangars. Something felt strange. Their synchronized walk, identical appearances, late 30s, clean-shaven, short haircuts. They looked like cousins deliberately trying to match. When I opened the hangar door, they walked toward me steadily. One spoke first, his voice flat and mechanical. "Mr. Wilcox," he said. I nodded. They mentioned the visual anomaly I'd reported east of Missoula, a report I thought had vanished without acknowledgement. "Who are you with?" I asked. The second man smiled wide but not friendly. "Contractors," he said. "We handle misfiled data." His tone suggested something deliberate about that misfile. The first man stepped closer, asking about my health since the event. Any dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinations? I insisted I was fine. He nodded, clearly unconvinced. They explained how pilots often mistake visual artifacts for weather phenomena or debris. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon. Their response was measured. The second contractor suggested I take a short leave from flying, just a few weeks to let things settle. "I'm not grounded," I protested. "Not yet," he replied, and the first man looked at me and said, "Still chasing the sky, huh?" Chippy. My stomach dropped. That nickname, my grandfather's, wasn't written anywhere. Not on my license, not online, nowhere official. They turned and walked back to their car. The wind picked up. Strangely, their shoes made no sound on the gravel. They drove away without another word. That night, I went back and checked everything. I always walk Benny late at night before bed. He's a shepherd mix who gets restless if he doesn't get his final walk. So we head out around 12:45 a.m. This happened 2 winters ago in early February. Cold but not snowing, with a dry sidewalk and me in just old sneakers and a hoodie. Our neighborhood in Spokane Valley near Pines and 16 is quiet. Ranch-style houses, older trees, minimal traffic after dark. We were walking back up our street, about 5 houses from home, when Benny suddenly stopped and stared straight up. Initially I thought he was watching a bird or owl, but then I saw it too. A massive black triangle, definitely not a plane. I know aircraft, and this was different. No standard lights, just 3 faint white points at the corners. It moved impossibly slow, gliding like something weightless, maybe 200 feet overhead. An eerie silence descended, not just from the object, but everywhere. My footsteps vanished. Benny's breathing disappeared. The world's volume seemed to drop by half. He didn't bark, just sat transfixed until the object slipped behind northern trees. I tried taking a photo, but my phone's screen was frozen. It only resumed working 30 seconds after the object vanished. The next day I said nothing. I assumed it was a military craft, an unfamiliar drone, or just one of those strange moments you eventually forget. 2 days later, things changed. A Tuesday night I woke suddenly from a few hours of sleep, no sound, just that unexplained alert awakening. Everything I had, emails, notes, cloud backups, would soon disappear. Every trace of the original report would be gone. Pete mentioned seeing the same car parked down the road the following evening, just idling near the tree line. Since then, I haven't flown. I first noticed something odd when I was checking the thermostat late one night. Walking past the living room window, I saw a black sedan across the street, parked in front of the Wilkins place. It was an older model with chrome trim, just sitting there with its lights on, not bright. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the headlights flashed briefly, a slow, subtle fade, on and off, almost like a signal. Then it drove away smoothly and quietly, turning the corner and disappearing. I went back to bed thinking it was just a strange coincidence, but it wasn't. The next night, and the nights after, the same thing happened. Always at 3:17 a.m., always one quick headlight flash. Sometimes the car would park near the Wilkins, sometimes closer to the Morgans, but always directly across from my house. By the 5th night, I was getting worried. I tried to document it, setting up my phone on a tripod to record from 310, but when I checked the footage the next morning, nothing. Just an empty street. Yet I knew what I'd seen. I started asking around the neighborhood. No one else had noticed anything. Not the Morgans with their open blinds. Not Mr. Harrington, who claims his dog barks at everything. Even my wife didn't believe me. Working nights at the hospital, she just told me to stop watching weird documentaries before bed. I changed my routine. No more late-night dog walks with Benny. I'd take him out right after dinner. But I kept watching. Night after night, the car returned, always at 3:17, always one flash, always gone before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency police line, describing the car, the time, the pattern. They said they'd send a cruiser through the area. I'm not sure they did. Nothing changed. About a week into this, I decided to wait outside on the porch. I was out in the middle of nowhere, about 30 miles east of Lander, Wyoming, during the Cascades 2 summers ago. County Road 221 was a lonely stretch, with nothing but scrub hills and a single busted windmill. I knew the area well from past fieldwork. It was a quiet spot with no light pollution, perfect for stargazing. My plan was simple. Park the truck off the shoulder, throw a blanket in the bed, and watch the meteor shower with coffee and camera in hand. The sky was crystal clear. No clouds, no moon, just endless stars. I arrived around 11, way before peak activity, but I've always loved solitude. No cell service out here made it even better. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I dozed off around 12:30, and when I woke just after 2 a.m., the sky was alive with light. I grabbed my camera, set up a basic tripod in the truck bed, and started capturing long exposures. Sometime after 3, something caught my eye on the road behind me. Later that same summer, I found myself in a different surveillance situation. I kept all the lights off, standing behind a column to avoid being seen from the road. Benny was inside, pacing. He didn't like me out of sight lately. At 3:17, a car pulled up again. No headlights this time, just the faint glow of running lights. It stopped directly across the street, engine running. The windows were too dark to see inside, but something seemed off. The car looked overly clean with no front license plate. I stepped out slightly to get a better look. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin-faced man in a black suit sat motionless, staring directly at me. We both remained still. After about 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not a wave, but a flat stop signal, then slowly rolled the window back up. The car pulled away without flashing its lights. That was the last time I saw it. The next few nights, I kept watch. Nothing came. No headlights, no idling, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but secretly, I missed the predictability. Now, it's become a habit. I keep checking the street at 3:17, and sometimes I swear I hear a car idling down the block. But when I look, there's nothing there. I caught a glimpse of something on the road while setting up my tripod. At first I thought it was just a shadow, but it didn't move when I did. There it was, a silhouette standing about 50 feet back, perfectly centered on the road. No car sounds, no footsteps, no movement. Just a still figure. I kept staring, wondering if someone had pulled over, but everything was eerily silent. The figure didn't shift or turn like a normal person would. When I switched on my headlamp and pointed it toward them, the beam lit up the road and shoulder, but somehow missed their face. They didn't react. No flinching. No shielding their eyes. Quick as I could, I snapped a photo with my phone. The moment the shutter clicked, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the low slope across the road. I called out, thinking maybe they needed help, but got no response. Not wanting to chase someone through the brush in the middle of nowhere, I returned to my truck. Back in the truck, I checked the photo. The image showed a strange figure, unnaturally thin and tall, possibly wearing black. Something was off about the arms, which seemed too long. The head looked odd, almost featureless, like the face was blurred or turned away. I tried to convince myself it was just a camera glitch, but the image unsettled me. I saved it and locked my phone. The rest of the night passed quietly. I watched some meteors and left just before dawn, pushing the encounter from my mind. The next morning, everything changed. Stopping for gas at a Conoco in Riverton, I went inside to use the bathroom. The place was empty, except for the cashier. As I dried my hands, the door opened. A man in a pristine black suit walked in, mid-40s, pale, clean-cut, top button fastened, shoes immaculate. He stood by the sinks and said, without looking at me, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was some weird joke. When he turned to face me directly, my stomach dropped. He held out his hand, asking for my phone with a flat certainty that suggested he already knew I would comply. His eyes were unsettling. The color seemed off, pupils too large or irises too pale. Not fake, just not right. I didn't move when he first approached. He stepped closer. "You took a picture," he said. And somehow, I did hand over the phone. He unlocked it without me telling him the code, then walked away and vanished from the bathroom. When I followed him out into the store, he was completely gone. No footsteps, no sound. The cashier continued flipping through a flyer, never looking up. I asked if anyone had walked out. He said no one had come in. The parking lot was empty. No black car, no strange SUV, just my truck. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Then I realized the phone was back in my pocket. I hadn't felt him return it. Didn't see him come near me. When I unlocked the device, everything was wiped. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all gone. Factory reset. Only my cloud-synced contacts remained. The photo I'd taken had disappeared, not even in the backup folder. Later that night, I connected the phone to my laptop and ran recovery software. Nothing. The metadata confirmed a hard reset at 7:14 a.m., exactly when I was in that gas station bathroom. I haven't shared this story much. Those I've told assumed I'd dreamed part of it, but I know what happened. I've never gone back to that stretch of road. We were at Deep Creek Lake in October during the off-season. Most rentals were boarded up for winter, and it was too cold for swimming. But I'd always loved the area when it was quiet. Mallory and I had driven up for a brief 2-day break, staying in a small roadside motel near the state park entrance, the kind with one ice machine and paper-thin walls. Our first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. There's a boat launch area at the lake's north end with a decent gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were around when we pulled in, just us and the water. It was around 11 o'clock, cold but not freezing. Maury brought a blanket, and we sat on the car's hood, sipping coffee from a thermos, listening to the wind. The night was pitch dark, and the lake was shrouded in near total blackness. We'd been sitting on the car hood for about 20 minutes when something strange caught our attention. What first looked like fog or mist was moving too purposefully to be natural. A massive wide shape began rising from the water, not splashing, not floating, but lifting straight up in complete silence. No mechanical sounds, no lights. Just this enormous dark object emerging as if it had been resting on the lake bottom. Mallory asked if it was a blimp, but it wasn't. The shape was more angular, like a stretched wedge with a completely flat underside. It rose maybe 50 feet and then simply hovered. We were frozen, not speaking, struck by the absolute silence. No hum, no wind, no water sounds. The total quiet somehow made everything more unsettling. Then it started moving, not toward or away from us, but gliding sideways just above the lake's surface. It passed the distant tree line and vanished into the darkness, as if it had never existed. After a moment of stunned silence, Mallory said, "We should go." We packed up, got in the car, and I quickly turned around to leave. That's when we discovered the note tucked under the windshield wiper. Nobody had approached, no footsteps, no lights. It definitely hadn't been there when we arrived. I tried the wipers, and it fluttered to the ground. Mallory picked it up, a plain white paper with blocky all-caps text reading, "Keep driving next time." No signature, no personal handwriting. The drive back to the motel was completely silent. Early the next morning, I was already awake. The bed felt too soft, and the heater was loud. I went to the lobby for coffee and found it nearly empty. Behind the desk stood one guy, and in a chair by the fake fireplace sat another man, wearing a black suit, dark tie, pale hands, and sunglasses despite the dim morning light. He was reading a newspaper, holding it upside down, seemingly unbothered. I went back to the note sitting in my glove compartment. It all started with a paper for my modern American myth course, not because I'm into UFOs, but because I thought the topic would be interesting and easy to research. Dr. Talk would be interesting and easy to research. Luring required us to connect the myth to a real historical event, so I chose the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut. The research was mostly standard UFO fare, fuzzy light descriptions, second-hand stories. Farmers talked about weird cow behavior. Someone claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. Nothing extraordinary. But 2 old articles caught my eye, brief, almost throwaway mentions of federal men visiting locals after the sightings. No descriptions, no names, just a quick reference that seemed almost intentionally vague. At the drive-in, something felt off. The guy at the map rack, studying a newspaper upside down, didn't even look my way. I grabbed my coffee and went back to the room. Mallory was getting dressed when I told her about him. She laughed initially, but her expression changed when she realized I was serious. We decided to check out early. I warmed up the car while she settled the bill. When she came out, she said the guy had followed her through the lobby and stood just outside the front door, silent, motionless, just watching as she got into the car. He didn't follow us, at least not that we could tell. The drive home was quiet. Conversations felt stilted, words hanging awkwardly between us. Mallory just wanted to get home. Later that week, I reviewed the dashcam footage. It had captured our arrival, then went completely black for 2 hours before resuming when we drove away. The missing time wasn't erased, just pure, blank darkness. No audio, no video, just empty space. I was deep into my research project when things took an unexpected turn. That Tuesday night, around 8:20 p.m., I was in my dorm room with Aaron, half watching TV and wrapping up some notes. An email landed in my inbox from Dr. Tara. Harlan Oakes, sent from an unfamiliar address. Oakes.faculty@son.edu. The subject line was simply, "Stop. And the message was cryptic. You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning. No greeting, no signature, no attachments, just a stark warning. I immediately started investigating. Southern University of New Hampshire's staff directory had no record of a Dr. Harlan Oakes. I checked the email headers and everything looked legitimate. It had passed through normal campus filters with no signs of spoofing. When I showed Aaron the message, he brushed it off. Someone's just messing with you. Probably someone from class who knows about my research topic. Minutes later, the fire alarm blared. Strobing red lights, a shrill sound. The entire dorm emptied out into the cold, wet courtyard. It was early March, with a slight wind cutting through everyone's sweats and hoodies. That's when I saw them. 2 men across the street standing completely still. Black suits, short black coats, dark ties. One wore sunglasses despite the darkness. They weren't talking, taking photos, or gesturing. Their focus was singular and unnerving. They were staring directly at me. I looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. Aaron was scrolling Instagram beside me, oblivious. When I pointed them out, he turned to look, but in that instant, the men had vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Back in the dorm, I checked my email again. A mysterious message from Dr. Oakes had completely disappeared. Not in my inbox, not in trash, simply erased. The weekend before, I'd been emailing regional historians after my initial research. Vince Halbrook had pointed me toward a microfilm archive in Springfield, which I was planning to visit that Friday. Now, everything felt different. I'd been working on a research paper about an obscure academic topic when something strange happened. I was hunting for a specific email in my inbox, searching every possible folder. No luck. I even ran a search on my laptop using the subject line, still nothing. The next morning, I visited the campus IT help desk to see if they could help me track down the deleted message. Their response was straightforward. Emails deleted from both inbox and trash were non-recoverable without admin access. They asked about the sender's address, which I provided. 10 minutes later, the technician returned with surprising news. The email had never passed through the university's servers. There was absolutely no record of any message to or from that address on any domain connected to Sun. Frustrated, I switched my paper topic to something lighter, Elvis sightings in the 80s. But something felt off. Throughout the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Driving through the Mojave Desert late one night, I was making my way from Las Vegas back to LA. My car was low on gas, and darkness had long since fallen. The highway cut a lonely path through an empty landscape of scrub and cacti. The silence and vastness began to weigh on me. Around 1 a.m., a figure caught my eye, standing on the shoulder, seemingly waving for help. At first, I thought it might be someone with car trouble, but something was strange. Miles of empty desert stretched in every direction, with no other vehicles in sight. The figure was a man in a black suit, standing unnaturally still. As I approached, I slowed down, prepared to offer assistance. But something was wrong. Instead of a typical wave, he held his hand out, palm facing me. A rigid, unnatural gesture. His face was blank, expressionless. I couldn't make out details, but he seemed not quite human. A chill ran through me despite the desert heat. I kept driving. The moment I passed him, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered and went black, then reset. Instead of continuing to LA, it suddenly rerouted me back to the exact spot I'd just passed. I thought it was a technical glitch and tried to re-enter my destination, but each time the GPS looped me back to the same location as if something was guiding me against my will. I was driving home late one Sunday night after spending the weekend at my friend Emma's cabin up in the Cascades. It was early November, the kind of cold where you can see your breath, but the roads hadn't iced over yet. I left Emma's place around 10:30 p.m., wanting to get back to Seattle before it got too late. The drive from the cabin to the highway is mostly winding forest roads, tall firs on both sides, and not much else. The moon was barely out, and the sky was clear, except for this weird thin layer of fog hanging low over the trees. I was listening to an old playlist on the radio, some classic rock station that comes in and out up there. About 20 minutes into the drive, the signal started to cut out, not in the usual way. The music would pause for a few seconds, then restart with strange static. Suddenly, I saw a man standing on the side of the highway. I pulled over and shut off the car to check my phone for signal, but there was none. No bars, no Wi-Fi. It was like I'd been cut off from everything. I thought maybe the car system was just acting up and rebooted it, but nothing changed. The GPS insisted on sending me back to that exact place. After sitting there for a few minutes, I noticed the desert had gone unnaturally quiet. No crickets, no wind, no cars, just silence. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, but the sky was clear and full of stars. I turned on my headlights and scanned the shoulder again. No one was there, no sign the man had ever been. I started to feel the edge of panic creeping in. Eventually, I forced myself to start driving again, ignoring the GPS. I took a side road I recognized from a map earlier, hoping it would get me out of the loop. Hours later, I checked into a small motel on the outskirts of town. I was exhausted and shaken, but told myself I was just tired and stressed. I tried to put it out of my head. Then, just after midnight, the phone in my room I didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyway. A voice spoke on the other end, calm, cold, and strangely calm. "You were right not to stop," it said. "Not everyone is." I stared at the receiver for a long time before hanging up. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, my GPS worked fine again. I left the motel heading home, but I kept thinking about that figure on the side of the road, the loop, and the call. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I'm glad I didn't stop. The radio crackled, punctuated by bursts of static and sudden volume spikes before descending into complete silence. Flipping through stations yielded nothing but white noise. My attention drifted to something unusual hovering above the tree line, a soft, bright light about the size of a headlight. Unlike any aircraft or drone, this orb moved with an unsettling slowness. Minutes passed, and it barely shifted position. When I blinked or looked away, the light remained suspended, almost motionlessly in the sky. No blinking indicators, no sound, just an eerie, gentle glow. Rationally, I tried explaining it away as a helicopter or weather balloon, but something felt off. The complete silence defied explanation. No mechanical hum, no navigation lights. The empty road stretched ahead, my phone without signal, leaving me isolated with this strange phenomenon. The light seemed to pulse intermittently, brightening and dimming without rhythm. An inexplicable compulsion kept my eyes locked on it. After what felt like an eternity, I pulled into Maple's Fuel, a vintage gas station with flickering neon, and a small convenience store. Stepping out, the cold air shocked my system. The light was still visible above the trees in the parking lot. As I filled my tank, a man in a plain black suit approached the adjacent pump. Appearing calm and professional, he looked to be in his late 40s. Without warning, he glanced over and spoke quietly. "Some lights are meant to be ignored." Caught off guard, I asked, "What?" He simply shrugged, leaving his cryptic statement hanging in the air between us. The sky had been dark and empty when I got back to my car. Glancing up one last time, the light was gone just like that. I figured it was time to head home and finish the drive. Throughout the journey, I kept checking the windshield, half expecting the light to reappear, but nothing came. When I arrived home, the house was quiet. I shut the door behind me, feeling a weird weight settle in my chest. The man's words and that strange light lingered in my mind, but I never told Emma or anyone else about what I'd seen. It felt too bizarre to explain. Sometimes I think about that light, how it moved differently from anything I'd ever witnessed. The man's cryptic words, "Some lights are meant to be ignored," echo in my head. Since that night, I've never looked at the sky quite the same. Earlier, at the gas station, the man had leaned on the pump and asked, "You saw it too, didn't you?" I couldn't speak, my words stuck in my throat. I just nodded. He gave a half smile, then walked into the store. The door closed behind him with a mechanical clang that felt strangely out of place. Inside, I grabbed a coffee and tried to make sense of what had happened. I asked the cashier if anyone had been acting strange lately. She shrugged, saying, "People come and go all the time, nothing out of the ordinary." Late September in northern Minnesota brought a crisp edge to the air. Signaling fall was approaching, but not quite settled. I'd been in the forest clearing since dawn, walking the perimeter and taking notes on the area's activity. The silence was punctuated only by the faint hum of cicadas and rustling dry leaves. Something felt different that morning, a subtle shift I couldn't quite explain. Just before packing up to return to the research station, I noticed something peculiar, a series of perfectly round scorch marks in the dirt. About 2 feet across each, 6 or 7 marks formed a rough circle roughly 15 feet in diameter. The marks were deeply embedded, the soil beneath blackened and cracked. Strangely, no surrounding trees or plants seemed affected. The forest was eerily silent that day. Clean, symmetrical scorch marks stretched across the ground, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. No branches broken, no leaves charred, Just these precise burns that looked like a massive heated cookie cutter had pressed into the earth. I circled the area methodically, searching for any clues. No footprints, no tire tracks, no signs of human activity or campfires. Just these mysterious scorched patches. My scientific training kicked in. I photographed the scene, sketched the markings, and collected soil samples. After flagging the location on my GPS, I radioed back to the research station with a brief report. My colleagues suggested possible explanations, a lightning strike or animal territorial marking, but something felt off. The shape was too perfect, too deliberate. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, constantly glancing over my shoulder, seeing nothing. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at my rustic research cabin. A tall man in a black suit stood at the door, completely out of place in the light. His dark eyes were steady, his voice flat and calm. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he said without preamble. I showed him the photographs of the scorch marks. He examined them closely, revealing little. Then he began asking incredibly specific questions about my research, the animals I tracked, the data I'd collected. His gaze never wavered, seemingly analyzing every minute detail of my responses. What was strange was how he already knew the exact location of the clearing, without me telling him. When I offered to guide him there, he politely declined, mentioning he had his own methods. He stayed for nearly an hour, then left as abruptly as he'd arrived, without another word. Something about the encounter left me deeply unsettled. I kept walking along the Green River Trail early that morning, around 5 a.m. when most of Seattle was still asleep. Late spring mist hung thick and low, softening the landscape into a blurry canvas. Just a couple blocks from my place in Ticola, the trail was quiet, mostly water sounds and the occasional bird stirring. Something caught my eye over the river, a weird glow, low and strange. It wasn't sunlight, the sky was still grey and clouded. The pale blue-green light hovered maybe 10 feet above the water's surface, moving slowly upstream against the current. At first, I thought it might be fishing lights or a boat reflection, but there was nothing. No boat, no sound, just this eerie light floating on the mist itself. I stopped and stared, blinking to confirm I wasn't imagining things. The whole river seemed to hold its breath. The light shifted gently, barely making a ripple. Something felt fundamentally wrong about it. A sense that disturbing this phenomenon would be unwise, so I kept walking, glancing back occasionally until the fog swallowed it. Days later, the memory lingered. The man who had been in the clearing weeks before seemed connected somehow, though I couldn't explain how. His quiet steps through the trees, his unnerving calm, the way he seemed to know things without asking, all of it came back to me. I returned to that clearing multiple times, searching for changes or unusual marks. Nothing ever appeared. But some nights, when the wind rustled the trees just right, I swear I could hear a low hum, not like any animal or machine, just a faint vibration under the forest skin. I never saw the man again. No calls, no messages, just that single visit and a persistent feeling that something out there was watching, though not particularly interested in me. I double-checked my equipment repeatedly after his visit. Nothing was missing, but the sense that something wasn't right never completely disappeared. The scorch marks kept showing up in my mind, a persistent reminder of that strange encounter. When I got home around 6 a.m., the front door was slightly open. Darkness had just swallowed the light completely. I was sleepy but craving coffee, and the cracked open door immediately set me on edge. I live alone and always lock up, especially at night. I froze, listening. No footsteps, no voices. The neighborhood remained silent except for distant cars on the main road. Pulling out my phone, I texted my brother Mark, who's a cop. "Door's open. Don't come over, but I might need you to check this out." Stepping inside, I found everything seemingly untouched. Couch cushions were exactly where I'd left them, the TV off. But something was odd. Every clock in the house, the wall clock in the kitchen, the bedside alarm, even the microwave read exactly 3:33. This unnerved me. These clocks weren't perfectly synchronized normally. They'd usually be off by a few minutes. The precise alignment made me... I considered a power outage, but the lights weren't flickering, and my phone showed a full charge with no warnings. I called Mark, explaining the situation. He offered to stop by after his shift, but I downplayed the urgency. Throughout the day, I became hypervigilant, double-checking locks, changing the front door keypad code, moving around the house more than usual. The silence felt different, heavier, as if the air had grown thicker. That evening, around 7 o'clock, I took my regular walk through the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end near the playground, a man sat on a bench, wearing a black suit more appropriate for a funeral or business meeting. He was reading a newspaper, but something was off. As I approached, I realized the pages were completely blank. No text, no photos, just pristine white sheets folded neatly. When he looked up, his eyes were dark and unsettling. Every detail about that night felt strange from the start. Me and Mike were out camping in the White Mountains, nothing out of the ordinary, just two guys with some beers, doing a bit of hiking during the day. The sky was cold but crystal clear, and we'd set up our fire near the tent clearing. Around midnight, we decided to kick back and stargaze. That's when we first noticed the light. Initially, it seemed like a faint glow above the trees, similar to how moonlight can cast shadows on treetops. But this was different. A narrow beam moved slowly side to side, sweeping over pine branches, almost like a searchlight or flashlight. What truly struck us was the complete silence. No helicopter drone, no motor noise, nothing. It just glided through the air, scanning the forest with an eerie precision, as if searching for something specific. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. We watched it for about 5 minutes. The light moved smoothly, occasionally catching on branches or tree bark and creating bizarre shadows. Then suddenly, it stopped. Hovering maybe 50 feet above the treetops, it shone straight down. Seconds later, it vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. We just stared at each other, completely frozen. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. Mike shook his head. The silence felt heavy, pressing against us from all sides of the woods. Days later, strange things kept happening. Walking home one evening, I passed someone who gave me an unsettling feeling. The air around him seemed colder. I nodded politely and kept moving. Back home, I locked every door twice and checked the windows repeatedly. Nothing unusual occurred over the next few days. No mysterious river lights, no unexplained open doors, no silent strangers on benches. But I couldn't shake this feeling. Sometimes, while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I sensed someone watching me from just outside the window. I haven't seen anyone, but something feels connected. Those river moments, the unlocked door, that night in the mountains, it all seems linked somehow. I haven't told anyone. Honestly, I'm not sure I want to. I was driving back from a week-long trip through the Mojave Desert, trying to clear my head. My name's Eric, and I work in software support, which means sitting behind a screen all day. These trips help me get outside and unwind. This journey was just me, my old Jeep, and a map, no real plan. Just driving through empty places and staying off main highways. The last night found me near Baker, California, heading back toward the 15th. The sun had disappeared, leaving a deep blue desert sky at dusk. The air had cooled, but the day's heat still clung to the ground. Nearly empty roads stretched before me, with only my headlights cutting through the darkness. About 40 miles outside Baker, I noticed a black sedan behind me. It looked pretty standard with no logos. In the rearview mirror, I caught a blurry glimpse of the driver's face, just a vague male shape. I thought it might be a coincidence, someone traveling the same route, but an uneasy feeling crept in. I sped up, hoping to shake off my imagination, or let the car pass. Instead, it matched my speed perfectly. The situation felt increasingly strange. Weeks later, something even more bizarre happened. We tried to understand what we'd seen that night. Was it a Park Service operation or a drone test? We called the ranger station, but they reported no scheduled activities in the area. No notices, no reports. We didn't discuss it. It was like we both wanted to forget. Then, 3 months later, I received an email. The sender was simply listed as control with a blank subject line. One cryptic sentence, "No need to share what you never understood." Shortly after, Mike texted me. He'd gotten the exact same email from the same mysterious sender. We had no idea who was behind it. I kept it to myself, no family, no co-workers. It felt like a message meant only for us. Sometimes I think back to that night, the quiet, the beam, how it moved without sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they scanning for? I don't know, and maybe that's precisely the point. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon. It was one of those quiet nights where only truckers and night owls hung around. The diner's an old roadside spot with buzzing neon signs and vinyl booth seats that have seen better days. I'm Dan, and I've been working here for a few years. Everything started normal enough. Then, suddenly, a car began following me. It would slow down, speed up, always staying close. I tried losing it, but the more I tried, the closer it seemed to get. I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station, hoping to see what was going on. The black sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine running. I got out and started filling my tank, watching the car carefully. The driver remained motionless, just staring. After finishing, I climbed back into my Jeep, thinking about leaving. But something made me stay. After a minute, the passenger window rolled down with a soft hiss. A man in his mid-40s appeared, clean-shaven, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His eyes were sharp yet calm, with no hint of a smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said quietly. I blinked, caught off guard. "I don't know what you mean," I replied. "Drive carefully from now on," he said. Then the window went up, and the car vanished into the darkness like it had melted away. My heart was racing. I hadn't noticed anything unusual during my trip, but his look and tone left no doubt he was serious. I didn't chase or follow. I just started my Jeep and drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror. Since that night, I've been more aware of the quiet things, shadows moving just out of sight, distant humming in the desert night. I don't often share this story. It's the kind of experience people either don't believe or look at you differently for telling. Late at night, I sometimes see distant headlights on the horizon and wonder if that black sedan is still out there watching. On a rainy evening, the kind where raindrops tap softly against the windows and blur the neon signs, I was working my usual late shift at the diner. Around 11 p.m., two men walked in, both dressed in black suits that looked more suited to a funeral or a secretive business meeting. One was tall with slicked back hair, the other shorter and older, wearing thin glasses and wearing a perpetual frown. They ordered black coffee and sat by the window. At first I didn't pay much attention, just continuing to wipe down tables. But something about their conversation caught my ear. They weren't discussing mundane topics like weather or local gossip. Instead, they were talking about controlling a narrative and managing the aftermath of a recent event. A few days earlier, the town had been buzzing about a strange light hovering over the old radio tower on the hill. People were calling it a UFO, but no one had solid proof or clear footage. The news seemed eager to dismiss the incident, but these two men appeared deeply involved in whatever had happened. I tried to listen carefully while pretending to be busy cleaning. Suddenly, the tall man glanced in my direction. I froze mid-wipe, caught in the act of eavesdropping. He didn't speak, but leaned closer to his companion and lowered his voice. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he muttered. Their cold, sharp eyes met mine, and I quickly nodded, mumbling "got it" to show I wasn't trying to intrude. They finished their coffee rapidly and left without another word, disappearing into the rainy night. Their coats were pulled tight, and streetlights reflected off the wet pavement. After their departure, something felt different. The diner's usual background noise seemed muted, as if the walls themselves were holding a secret. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something larger than a simple conversation. It wasn't a spooky sensation, but more like I'd accidentally brushed against something significant. The next morning, the news made no mention of the light. The radio tower returned to being just another old structure on the hill. But the memory of those men and their cryptic warning stayed with me. I've never shared this story with anyone. Who would believe a late-night diner tale? Yet sometimes, when it rains and the neon lights blur, I remember that strange encounter. My camping trip in northern Vermont turned weird when I least expected it. I had set out for some peace and quiet, hoping to escape the city noise for a few days. Deep in the forest, off a small logging road about 10 miles from town, I found a perfect flat clearing near a creek and set up camp. The first night was cold but uneventful. I woke a few times to the usual forest sounds: crickets, owls, wind rustling through pine trees. Nothing seemed out of place. The next day, I hiked around, seeing no one, and returned to my campsite in the late afternoon. A strange smell hung in the air, something like burnt rubber or a chemical odor. I noticed it but didn't think much of it, assuming maybe a truck had passed nearby, though the road remained silent. As darkness fell, I settled in for another night. Then, around 4 a.m., something changed. Rustling leaves just outside my tent caught my attention. Heavier than animal movements, more like careful, deliberate human footsteps. My heart raced. I lay completely still, straining to listen in the overwhelming silence. When dawn broke, I unzipped the tent and discovered a chilling message. A small note was pinned to the tent flap, using a twig to hold a folded scrap of notebook paper. In messy block letters, it read simply, "Go home." Scanning the area, I spotted a black sedan at the clearing's edge. The car idled with its engine running, windows up, and no one visible inside. My skin prickled. I called out, but my voice seemed to vanish into the thick forest. The lights blurred just right, and I could swear I saw shadows standing by a distant tower, watching and waiting. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday evening just past sunset. When I stopped to set up camp, something felt off. I noticed a note on my tent flap, weird enough, but the real strangeness came later. Walking away from my campsite, I spotted a black car sitting in an open space nearby. No movement, no response from inside. The scene felt like one of those horror movie moments where you want to run but can't move. Slowly, I approached the vehicle, trying to figure out if someone was hiding or if it had been abandoned. About 15 feet away, the engine suddenly cut off without warning. Complete silence descended. I scanned the tree lines, searching for any signs of how the car might have arrived. Tire marks, footprints, crushed grass, nothing. No tracks in the dirt, no evidence of recent movement. My phone showed no signal when I tried to call for help. Then I noticed something peculiar about the woods beyond the car. The light looked different, with a strange hazy fog hanging motionless around that section of trees. An uneasy feeling crept over me, and I decided to leave. Back at my tent, I discovered the note was gone. The tent flap was zipped exactly as I'd left it. I tried convincing myself I'd imagined the note, but the memory of that silent car felt too real. I packed up quickly, noticing a faint weird smell and constantly looking over my shoulder. Driving back to my truck, parked down the logging road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw headlights through the trees, but when I turned around, nothing was there. I drove straight to town without stopping until I hit the main highway. I told some friends about the experience, but they dismissed it as a prank or just nerves. I've returned to the area since, avoiding that specific clearing. The black car and the note never reappeared, yet the memory lingers. A running engine with no driver, a mysterious note, a silence that defies explanation. The light was fading, stretching long shadows across the canyon as the temperature dropped. I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, taking the scenic route to clear my head. I've never liked freeways if I can avoid them. These canyon roads wind narrow between steep sandstone cliffs, and at this time of year they're almost completely empty. Around 7:30, something caught my eye. A black sedan without plates parked just past a sharp bend. Not a typical sight in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, half expecting a roadblock or some construction, but there were no signs, no cones, nothing official. 2 men stepped out, both wearing black suits and dark sunglasses despite the low sun. One tall, around 40, the other shorter, and in his late 30s. They approached my window like they'd been expecting me. The tall one spoke without smiling. "Road ahead is closed for maintenance. You'll have to turn back." I blinked and looked up the road. Nothing unusual. No workers, no barriers, no equipment. When I mentioned I didn't see any signs, the shorter man stated flatly it was a private job with no exceptions. I wasn't in the mood to argue. "I need to get through," I said. "I'm trying to get home." The tall guy was firm. "We can't let you through. It's not safe." I scanned the canyon, empty, quiet, with just rocks and the fading sky. Their car was completely black. No visible windows, no license plates, no markings at all. Something felt off, but I kept my voice steady. "How long is this maintenance?" I asked. "Indefinite," the shorter man replied. I looked back up the road, then at them, feeling an odd chill. When I asked about a detour, the tall one simply said, "You have to turn around." I sighed and started backing up slowly, checking my rearview mirror. When I looked again, both men were already back in their car. The sedan started to move, but as I shifted gears and glanced over my shoulder, the car was gone. No engine sound, no lights, nothing. Just empty road and canyon walls, no tire marks, no sign they had ever been there. I stopped, hands gripping the wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The sun had just set on an early autumn evening, with crisp air and clear skies. I was driving out on a remote canyon road when something strange happened. As I crept forward, the road seemed unusually empty. No barriers, no equipment, nothing out of the ordinary. I pulled over at a wider spot and stepped out. The canyon was silent except for occasional rustles of dry brush in the wind. I checked my phone, no signal. Walking a bit up and down the road, I searched for any tracks or clues that might explain what was going on. Nothing. Confused, I got back in my car and started driving home. The sky had darkened to a deep blue, with the first stars emerging. About 10 minutes into my drive, I noticed something odd, a faint, steady light hovering just above the canyon rim. It wasn't like a plane or helicopter. This light simply hung there, softly glowing almost like a suspended lantern. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but it remained. The light seemed to follow me, always at the edge of my vision. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road. At the canyon's entrance, I stopped at a small diner. Only the night cook, an older man named Sam, was there. I shared my experience, expecting to be dismissed. Sam's response was minimal but telling. "You're not the first to see things like that out here," he said. When I pressed for details, he shrugged, mentioning lights, figures, and roads that mysteriously vanish. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the encounter. I told friends about it. Some joked about government agents or aliens, but I remained uncertain. Then, a couple of days later, I discovered a small, blank piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard, untouched. I kept checking for anything unusual, revisiting the incident in my mind. The black sedan, the two men, the empty road, and that strange light, they haunted my thoughts. When I checked local news and county road updates, I found nothing about road closures or maintenance. Just the standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. I was sitting on the dock behind my place, lake stretching out dark and calm. My phone was in my hand, trying to capture some stars peeking through the night sky. Everything was peaceful. Just another quiet evening. Suddenly something caught my eye in the lake's center. A dark shape hung motionless above the water, not moving like any bird or aircraft I'd seen before. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid, sharp silhouette against the sky. When I zoomed in with my camera, I could see it was a smooth, matte black oval. For a few minutes, it just hung there. Then, without warning, it drifted sideways a few feet and shot straight up into the darkness. Gone. I was left feeling uneasy but intensely curious about what I'd witnessed. The next morning, a black car appeared at the end of my driveway. An older model from the early 2000s. It looked pristine, no dents, no license plate. What struck me as odd was the complete lack of tire tracks or footprints. The gravel looked untouched, as if the car had simply materialized. I checked the windows. Empty. No keys, no driver. I thought maybe a neighbor's guest had parked overnight, but each morning the car remained exactly the same. By the fourth day, I started leaving notes on the windshield, hoping the owner would move it. But nothing changed. Then one evening after dinner, I heard gravel crunching. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing at the end of my driveway. His face was shadowed by the streetlight, and he just stood watching me, waiting. I was near the lake, and something strange was happening. A man had approached me on the porch, his voice low and unsettling. "The water remembers," he'd said, repeating the cryptic phrase before vanishing into the darkness. I ran inside and locked the door, my heart racing. Over the next week, a car kept appearing every morning, but the man never returned. Odd things started happening. My phone would glitch with static when I tried to photograph the lake. Late at night, a faint humming would drift from the water, but it would stop whenever I went outside to investigate. One night around 3 a.m., I saw soft blue lights flickering over the lake, pulsing slowly. I tried to capture them on my phone, but the screen went black and froze. When I looked up again, the lights had disappeared. The man and the car were gone, but a feeling remained. Something watching me from just beneath the water's surface. Those words echoed in my mind. The water remembers. It wasn't a planned trip when I drove out to the old airfield. Just a spontaneous decision on a clear Friday night. The place was an abandoned relic near Milltown, Kansas. Nothing but cracked runways and empty hangars. I'd driven past it countless times, thinking it might be perfect for night sky photography. I arrived around 10 p.m. The wind was light but steady, and the air felt crisp with that early spring coldness. My old college camcorder came with me, set up on a tripod at the runway's edge. I was hoping to capture something interesting: meteors, satellites, airplanes drifting across the horizon. For about an hour I'd been filming, waiting and watching. The unexplained moments kept haunting me. Sometimes when I'm near the water, that feeling returns. Something waiting, watching, remembering. The night was quiet, broken only by the hum of my camcorder as I watched the empty runway. Something caught my eye about halfway up in the sky. Strange lights, moving slowly and pulsing in ways that didn't match any aircraft I knew. They weren't like planes or helicopters with no blinking navigation lights or engine sounds. Instead, these round lights drifted in unpredictable patterns, sometimes flickering, sometimes vanishing completely before reappearing somewhere else. More curious than afraid, I zoomed in with my camera, trying to get a clearer view. The lights seemed almost responsive, shifting positions, as if they were somehow aware of my observation. An odd chill settled around me, the air feeling different, even though the wind remained unchanged. Then I saw him. Out of the corner of my eye, a figure stood behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road. A man in a black suit, no tie, just a dark jacket and slacks, stood perfectly still in the shadows. When I called out, asking if he needed help or was lost, he didn't respond or move. Without warning, he stepped through the fence, not climbing, not making a sound, just suddenly closer. I raised my camcorder but didn't start recording, something about his presence making me hesitate. 6 feet away, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a single piece of paper, handing it to me. The paper was blank, completely empty, no writing, no symbols. When I looked up to question him, he was gone. No footprints, no sound, no indication he had ever been there. I turned back to the sky, but the mysterious lights had vanished too, leaving only an empty darkness. I sat in my car, the blank paper still in my jacket pocket, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The entire experience felt like a puzzle with no solution, leaving me with more questions than answers. I was out shooting landscapes and night skies around an old power plant near my small Ohio town. It was a Wednesday night, cold for spring, and I had some free time, nothing unusual, just my hobby of capturing the eerie cooling towers and their steam clouds after dark. I'd done this dozens of times before. That night, I drove to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the edge of the woods. With my camera and tripod set up, I started taking long exposure shots of the stars, waiting for the right moment. The usual background sounds of distant machinery and a far-off train were the only things breaking the silence. Around 11 p.m., something caught my eye near the horizon behind the plant. At first, it was just a faint glow, but then it began moving slowly, almost floating. I pointed my camera, zoomed in, and started shooting. The light shifted erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green, with no discernible sound. I tried to focus, but the light kept flickering in and out. I took several shots in bursts and even switched to video, hoping the camera might capture something my eyes couldn't. Throughout this, I felt a strange sensation, something watching, something not quite right. When I got home and checked the footage, things got weird. The camcorder had recorded the strange moving lights, but when the man appeared, there was sudden silence. More bizarrely, the moment he supposedly handed me a paper was completely missing. It was like the camera had skipped that part entirely. I told a few friends, but they just laughed it off as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I'm not sure what I saw or who that man was. I don't plan on returning to that airfield, but sometimes when I'm outside at night, I catch glimpses of lights moving just at the edge of my vision, watching. I'm not someone who normally chases strange occurrences. I enjoy a good mystery, but I don't go looking for trouble. Yet that night changed something. It wasn't dramatic, no loud booms or bright flashes, just quiet, inexplicable moments that didn't make sense. I was out late that night, taking photos near the power plant. A weird prickling sensation crept up my neck, like something was watching me. I tried to brush it off, blaming it on the night air. After about 10 minutes, the strange light vanished without a sound or crash. When I got home, I felt uneasy but attributed it to the cold and the mysterious light. The next day, I loaded the photos onto my computer, and that's when things got strange. Every single photo of the light was corrupted, just blank black images. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. Nothing worked. It was as if the photos had been erased completely. That night, sitting in my living room and staring at my camera bag, I was lost in thought when a sharp knock interrupted my wandering. 2 men in expensive black suits stood at my door. They didn't greet me or introduce themselves. One held out a business card, but it was blank. The other spoke quietly, almost whispering, "Some lights aren't meant to be captured." My heart raced. They weren't threatening, but a cold seriousness hung in the air. Before I could respond, they turned and vanished down the street in an instant. I locked the door, checked the windows, and sat down with shaking hands. The blank card remained, with only a faint smudge where printing should have been. I never saw those men again. The photos stayed missing. Since that night, something changed. Whenever I go near the power plant, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The machinery's hum sounds different, like it's concealing a secret. I don't know what that light was or who those men were. I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced anything similar. But one thing is certain. I'm done taking pictures out there. Some things are truly better left unseen. Late at night, I heard them arrive, Silent, efficient, like something out of a movie. No badges, no introductions, just a calm, firm statement about needing to check my yard. Dressed in black suits and dark glasses, they gave nothing away. Something felt off. I hesitated but didn't argue. The street was eerily quiet, with only distant dog barks breaking the silence. Fog rolled in from the nearby river, and street lights flickered weakly. I stepped outside, locking the door behind me. One agent moved toward the backyard, scanning everything meticulously. The other watched me closely. I tried peering over the fence, but saw only my garden, an old shed, and a few bushes. When the agent in the yard called me, his instruction was clear: please stay inside. When I asked why, he simply said, standard procedure. Back inside, I watched through the window. The fog grew thicker, blurring everything. They pulled out heavy black bags, like forensic evidence kits. One agent carefully approached something near the shed, wrapping it quickly and silently. I couldn't see what it was, but it seemed small. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal. The tension was unbearable. Minutes crawled by. Then, as suddenly as they'd arrived, they left. They left. One nodded at me, almost like a warning. Their car was nowhere to be seen, both before and after their visit. Outside, nothing looked disturbed except a faint scuff mark near the shed. I returned inside, locked the door, and sat down, my mind racing, trying to understand what had just happened. I was out by the edge of the soybean fields behind my place in Franklin, Illinois. Nothing fancy, just open land and grain silos and gravel roads. Late at night, around midnight, or just past 1 o'clock, I'd gone out with my phone because it was dead quiet and the stars were bright. I do that sometimes when I can't sleep, just walk. That's when I saw them. The lights were hovering low over the far end of the field. 3 of them, pale white, no blinking, just hanging there, maybe 30 feet above the ground. No sound at all. Walking home late one night, the street was quiet and a little foggy, the kind of night where everything feels slightly off. As I approached the end of the block, a black car parked by the curb caught my eye. It wasn't the car itself that was strange, but what was inside. 2 men sat in the front seats, wearing black suits and old-fashioned top hats. At first, I thought it might be some weird costume or prank, but when I looked closer, their faces weren't faces at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin, like someone had erased their features completely. I froze for a second, then kept walking faster, trying not to look back. Curiosity eventually won. When I glanced over my shoulder, the car was gone. No lights, no engine sound, no tire marks, nothing. Just the empty street under the fog. I've never seen anything like it before or since, and it's been bothering me ever since. The next morning, I checked my yard thoroughly. Nothing was missing, nothing seemed strange, but that scuff mark remained. I didn't sleep that night. The fog outside thickened and stayed until dawn. I don't know what those men were looking for, or why they might have been there, but I can't shake the feeling that something else was out there watching me, waiting. And those 2 men? I've never seen them again. I was filming, zooming in on these lights that just hung there, perfectly still. It felt like they were waiting for something. Suddenly, they started drifting slow and smooth, almost as if they were connected. Then they paused and rotated. Not the lights themselves, but their entire arrangement, like a massive object turning in place. They glided sideways, completely silent. No sound at all. It was eerie. You'd expect some kind of drone noise or mechanical hum, but there was nothing. The world seemed to hold its breath. I kept filming for about 2 minutes, just standing there, not saying a word. Eventually, the lights eased back and vanished into the tree line. Walking home, I noticed my phone service returned to full bars. I clipped the most interesting 30 seconds and posted it on TikTok with a simple caption, "Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now?" I went to bed without giving it much thought. Maybe a few dozen views, I figured. Someone from town might comment. But when I checked the next morning, the video had exploded. Tens of thousands of views overnight. Comments from people claiming similar sightings in Indiana, Missouri, even Oregon. Some called it fake, said it was CGI. I was just trying to understand what I'd seen. Around 8:30 there was a knock. 2 quick raps at the door. Through the people, I saw them, 2 men in identical black suits, white shirts, and narrow black ties. Old-style sunglasses with thin black frames, dark lenses. Short, slicked-back hair, same height, same build, like brothers or clones. I opened the door halfway, keeping the screen closed. The man on the left smiled immediately, wide, too wide. No teeth, just lips pressed together in a perfect crescent. The one on the right mirrored the smile half a second later. It looked rehearsed. "Mr. Porter?" the left one asked, his voice flat, like a speaker with the bass turned down. "Yeah," I replied. "Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe." I paused, mouth half open. The question didn't make sense. "I guess," I said. "Why?" "No reason," the other one responded. Two visitors had just left after a busy night. They stood with the same posture, nodded in sync, and spoke with an identical tone. A strange tension started building in my chest. Not quite a panic attack, but that familiar body tense feeling you get when a police car pulls up behind you, even though you know you've done nothing wrong. When I asked who they were with, they simply responded, "We appreciate your cooperation," and turned away. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, walking in lockstep to a black sedan with standard Illinois plates. They sat motionless for a few seconds before driving off, never mentioning the video, TikTok, or anything specific. After shutting and locking the door, I went to my desktop to review the video. The app declared the content no longer available, no notifications, no takedown messages, just complete erasure. I always back up my footage, so I checked my hard drive. It was dead. Multiple attempts on different computers yielded the same result. Clicks, a brief spin, then total silence. Even the BIOS couldn't detect it. My cloud sync was empty. I'd kept it offline that night due to slow internet, meaning the local copy was my only version. The house had become unnaturally silent. No background hum, no ambient noise, just dead air. Then I heard a car door. Scanning the street revealed nothing. No pedestrians, no vehicles, just my truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac. Uneasy, I closed the curtains and sat in the hallway, half expecting their return. The feeling of being watched persisted even inside my own home. By noon, I tried accessing my TikTok account. My password failed. The password reset link never arrived. Something was very wrong. I was driving home from my cousin's place outside of Plattsouth, Nebraska, on a Sunday night in September, around 10:30. The beat-up silver Camry my parents had let me take that day had one working speaker and a cracked windshield. I was on a narrow 2-lane road cutting between cornfields for miles. No lights, no houses, just stalks on both sides and the occasional mailbox if you looked hard enough. I had the window cracked and the music low. It was one of those nights where the sky felt too big, clear, no clouds, just stars everywhere. Since that night, everything has gone sideways. My video disappeared completely. I tried recovering it using 3 different programs, but none could find a trace. Old family photos showed up, but nothing from that night. It was like the file never existed. I started asking around town. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a hunter who lives 2 roads over. When I asked about lights in the sky, he gave me a strange look and quickly said he hadn't seen anything. His response felt off, like he was hiding something. Other people I talked to mostly shrugged or looked confused. One woman at the hardware store mentioned hearing dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., though she thought it was just coyotes. I can't find the video anywhere, not in my inbox, not on social media. Every site that had it, including Reddit, Twitter, and UFO forums, now shows blank thumbnails of 404 errors. I even tried logging in from different devices, but my account seemed not to exist. I haven't filmed anything since. My new hard drive works fine, but I check it obsessively. I've stopped posting on TikTok and haven't logged in. The mysterious sedan hasn't returned, at least not that I've seen. But at night, especially out back, I get this feeling. Something's there, just beyond the tree line. Not watching, exactly, just waiting. I don't take walks anymore. Night was falling as I drove down the empty country road. A dead raccoon caught my eye, and I swerved slightly. That's when I noticed it. A soft orange glow hovering in the cornfield to my right. At first I assumed it was farm equipment working late, but something was different. This wasn't on the ground, it was suspended about 20 feet above the corn. The object was perfectly spherical, glowing from within with an orange light that flickered like firelight, but without any smoke. Curiosity took over. I pulled onto the shoulder, killed the radio, and just stared. It remained completely motionless and silent, suspended in midair, as if waiting for something. My heart raced. Was this real? I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only black. No matter how I adjusted the settings, the glow wouldn't register. When I looked up again, it had vanished. Not faded or moved, simply gone, leaving nothing but my headlights illuminating the empty road. I drove home, occasionally glancing at the fields. Something had happened, but I wasn't sure what. I decided not to mention it to anyone. The next day seemed completely ordinary. School dragged on as usual, with chemistry feeling especially tedious. As the final bell rang, I left 7th period taking an unusual route to avoid some classmates. That's when I saw the car. Parked across from the school's entrance, it was a long black vehicle, like an old Lincoln or something from a vintage movie. The windows were so deeply tinted that seeing inside was impossible. The engine ran, but nobody entered or exited. Something felt strange. Not threatening exactly, but I definitely felt watched. As I crossed the grass toward the crosswalk, the passenger windows slowly rolled down. The man inside was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Pale as paper, with short light-colored hair, almost white or silver, cut in a precise military style. He wore a black suit and crisp white shirt, no tie. Black sunglasses covered his eyes. Despite the overcast day, I hadn't told anyone about what happened last night, not even my cousin. When the car pulled up and the man looked straight at me, I knew something was off. His smile was wrong. Lips moving, but eyes dead, like he was reading from a script. "It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see," he said in this unnervingly flat voice. My mouth went dry. I stopped walking, phone still in my pocket, untouched. The car pulled away smoothly, almost silently, gliding around the corner and disappearing behind the trees by the senior lot. That night, I locked my bedroom door and kept my phone plugged in, flashlight app open, sleep coming in short, fitful bursts. Strange things started happening, small at first. My phone would freeze momentarily, then restart. My school ID badge suddenly stopped scanning, then worked again the next day. One afternoon, Spotify reset completely. All my playlists vanished. History wiped clean. I only noticed when I tried to play music in the car and had to log back in. By Friday, things got weirder. I found my algebra binder on my desk. Everything inside perfectly flipped upside down. Papers remained in order, just inverted. My friends looked genuinely confused when I asked if they'd pranked me. One joked that I must be haunted. I started staying close to crowds, always on the bus. The man's warning echoed in my mind. Don't think about what you saw. Then came the fire drill that changed everything. Standing on the soccer field, I spotted him at the far end of the track. Same suit, same posture, just watching. When I blinked, he vanished. I asked Kayla if she'd seen it. "What guy?" she said, looking where I pointed. That night, I found myself searching online for floating light cornfield, desperate for answers, knowing something wasn't right. We ran a small YouTube channel documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. Tyler and I weren't experts, just two guys with day jobs in Albany who liked exploring unusual reports from locals. This particular weekend, we were checking out a location near Midburg after getting an email from Len, a quiet man in his 60s. Len described seeing 3 white lights drop below the treetops around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No noise, no wind. The next day, he'd found a perfectly round ring in the moss, about 20 feet wide. His photos showed something strange about the ground, flat and dry, like something had pressed it down. Saturday afternoon, we drove out and hiked into the woods. It took us about 40 minutes to reach the clearing. The ring was still visible, though not as sharp as in the photos. The ground looked compacted, and the moss around the edge had a different color. We spent a couple hours documenting the site, drone footage, soil samples, the works. Tyler brought along an EMF meter, which he liked to use for fun. At one point, Tyler said he felt a vibration through his boots, but I didn't notice anything. The woods were unusually still. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of trees. We packed up around dusk and headed home, the drive feeling completely normal. Later, I went back to the area in Nebraska, hoping to find more. I collected various videos, drones, weather balloons, fireworks, but nothing came close to what we'd seen. The next weekend, I returned during the day. The corn was tall. I pulled over to the same shoulder and walked a few feet. Nothing. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment, just dry ground and rows of stalks. I've never seen the car again. Not around school, not in town. But something changed. At night, there's a pressure behind my eyes, like someone's watching through the walls. I keep my blinds closed all the time now, even during the day. When I drive past that field, which happens occasionally, I try not to look. We returned to the apartment a little after 10 o'clock, my roommate Tyler and I. We'd been sharing this split-level, second-floor place on Western Avenue for 3 years. As soon as we reached the door, something felt wrong. The handle wasn't fully latched and nudged open when I pushed it. Tyler always double-checks locks, so we went in cautiously, thinking someone might have broken in. Nothing seemed stolen. Laptops sat on the desk, TV untouched, drawers unmoved, but every mirror in the apartment was flipped. The bathroom mirror faced the wall. My bedroom's full-length mirror turned around. Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet. No broken glass, no other disturbances. Windows remained locked from the inside. We didn't call the police. Maybe because nothing was technically missing. No forced entry evident. Just those mirrors, unsettling in their precise displacement. That night was tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with lights blazing. I lay in bed, ceiling staring. Each time I closed my eyes, I sensed someone watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. Silent, motionless. Around 3 a.m. I got water and found Tyler already stationed by the window, peering through the blinds. "Someone's down there," he said without turning. I joined him. Across the street, under a sodium street lamp, stood a man in a black suit. No coat, no umbrella, despite the drizzle. Pale skin, no hat. His arms hung unnaturally straight. Unblinking, he stared directly at our window. Tyler had noticed him about 30 minutes earlier. We watched for 10 more minutes. He never looked away. I tried photographing him, but when I checked my phone, only an empty street appeared in the frame. Tyler wanted to confront him. I disagreed. We waited. Sometime after 4 o'clock, the man walked away, not toward a car or building, just turning and vanishing. We'd been on edge since the strange incident, and neither of us really believed we were in danger, but we also couldn't explain what was happening. We called out of work the next day, and I checked the locks again. Nothing was broken. We talked about our options: report it, ignore it, maybe move. That afternoon we attempted to review the drone footage from the woods. The drone clips were present, along with the photos and soil sample files. However, Tyler's handheld footage, the recordings where he'd walked through the ring and discussed the soil, had vanished, not corrupted or mislabeled, but completely gone. We checked both the laptop and SD card, with the same result. No files beyond a specific timestamp right around when we'd noticed the eerie silence in the clearing. Just before bed that night, I glanced out the window. The street was empty, but one street lamp directly across from our building flickered erratically. On, off, on, again, as if someone was toying with the power. I watched for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning, we said nothing about it, just made coffee and carried on as usual. Late one October night, I was out on a ridge, pursuing my passion for astrophotography. It's a hobby I've developed over the years, primarily as a way to disconnect and focus on something larger than myself. This particular night was perfect, clear, dry, and bittingly cold, with stars that seemed to shine with exceptional brilliance. I drove alone to a spot I'd been scouting about 20 minutes from home in northern Vermont. A small dirt path led to a clearing on the ridge, completely devoid of streetlights. I set up my old Canon AE1, loaded with expired Kodak Ektachrome from a thrift store, and began my long exposure shots. Facing east, I aimed to capture the star trails circling Polaris. Film photography appeals to me because it demands patience. I adjusted my settings, 30-second exposures, ISO 600, and started shooting. Everything appeared normal at first. After about an hour, I packed up and returned home. The next morning, I began developing the film in the campus darkroom, unaware of what the images might reveal. I'm a photography major, and our department's lab is almost always open. Down in the darkroom, I'm comfortable in this cramped basement space with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights. Everything feels quiet, surrounded by chemicals and trays. When I pulled out the first few star trail strips and hung them to dry, I noticed something unusual. The photographs contained sharp geometric streaks across the sky, precise lines and angles cutting through the star trails above the ridge. These weren't random marks. They looked deliberate, like carefully drawn light patterns. The shapes were completely unfamiliar. They didn't resemble anything from airplanes or satellites. Blinking and double-checking, I thought maybe it was a processing error or scratch. But under the light, the negatives remained strange. Using the enlarger, I printed a few frames. Blown up, the shapes became even more peculiar. Triangles, diamonds, and what seemed like a hexagon glowed faintly white. Unlike the blurred stars from the long exposure, these shapes remained sharp and rigid, almost like static light beams. I showed the prints to Claire, another photography student. She suggested it might be light graffiti or a film glitch, We agreed it was probably an artifact, but something about it nagged at me. The next night I returned to the ridge, but cloudy skies prevented another attempt. Days later, in the dark room, I encountered Mr. Sad Carver, the janitor. He gave me an odd look, like he was holding something back. When I reached into my locker, I discovered the prints with geometric streaks were gone, not just a few, but the entire set. I asked Mr. Psych Carver about them. He hesitated before explaining that some men in black suits had come by after hours, asking strange questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things not supposed to be captured. I froze, wondering what they could possibly want. I had been digging through public satellite data for weeks, looking for anything weird. Not a pro, just someone obsessed with UFOs, strange military sites, and secret, restricted areas. One afternoon, I came across satellite images of a chunk of land in southern Utah near a military testing zone border. In the satellite photos, there were these odd indentations in the ground, perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes carved into the desert floor. The area was marked off limits on every map I checked. I wanted to know if anyone had been down there taking photos of the sky. Someone mentioned something about too much light and things better left unseen. It seemed they didn't like people poking around. I thanked them and left, but the feeling in my gut remained. I kept checking the lab every day, but no new prints showed up. My negatives stayed untouched. Then, one night, while walking back from the campus library, a black sedan parked under a street lamp caught my eye. Two men in dark suits sat inside, not moving. As I passed, their headlights flickered briefly, and I could have sworn one was watching me. I hurried home and locked every door and window. Strange things started happening over the next week. My phone battery would drain quickly, even though I barely used it. Fleeting movements outside my window would catch my eye, but nothing was there when I looked. Once, while driving home late, my headlights dimmed momentarily before returning to normal. I stopped going to the ridge and told no one. Not even Claire. An email arrived on my school account one afternoon. No subject, just a single sentence. "You've seen too much light lately." It came from an unrecognizable address. I replied, asking who it was, but received no answer. That night, a shadow seemed to stand outside my apartment. When I looked closer, it vanished. I tried convincing myself it was just a streetlight trick. Eventually, I moved all my negatives and prints to a safer place. I never saw those men in black again, but always felt watched, like someone was waiting. I still don't know what those shapes were on my film or why those men appeared, but I stopped photographing the night sky. It just didn't feel right anymore. I had stumbled onto something hidden, a secret that seemed to want to stay buried. The images I'd found were strange, deliberate shapes carved into a landscape that was completely off limits. No one was talking about them. No news, no forums, nothing. So I took matters into my own hands. I downloaded the images, cleaned them up carefully, and posted a detailed thread on a small online forum for people who share my curiosity. I included everything: coordinates, close-ups, overlays showing the shapes clearly. I wanted others to see what I saw and get their perspective. That night, lying in bed, my mind kept circling back to those images. The shapes looked purposeful, almost carved with intent. But why? Who would have access to that remote land? And more importantly, why was it so strictly forbidden? Just after midnight, a knock interrupted my thoughts. Living alone on the edge of town, late-night visitors were unheard of. At first, I dismissed it as a prank or a drunk neighbor, but the knocking persisted. Slow, deliberate strikes every few seconds. Peering through the peephole revealed nothing. When I cracked the door open, a man in a dark vintage suit stood silently. No smile, no greeting, just a chilling question. "What do you think you saw?" His voice was quiet but commanding. Caught off guard, I stammered. "Excuse me?" He repeated the question, more like a warning than an inquiry. I quickly shut and locked the door, my heart racing. Something felt deeply wrong. The knocking resumed immediately, rhythmic and precise. Every 3 minutes, sharp as a metronome. I tried calling a friend, but my phone had no signal. Odd, since reception was usually strong. I checked all locks and windows, ensuring everything was secure. Sitting near the door, I listened. The knocks continued, echoing faintly down the empty hallway. When I checked the peephole again, nothing. No one was there. It was as if the sound materialized from nowhere, yet the knocks were undeniably real. I considered calling the police, but stopped. What would I even say? This seemed beyond a standard complaint. Something larger was at play, and I had inadvertently triggered it. I worked at the Mount Kelsey Observatory, a remote facility about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, perched on a ridge surrounded by pine trees. For almost 3 years, I was a night security guard, working shifts from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. Most nights were quiet and uneventful. Just me patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, and watching for trespassers or wildlife. One night in mid-October, everything changed. The moon was just a sliver, barely illuminating the darkness around the observatory. Around midnight, during my usual rounds, I spotted something unusual over the east ridge. 2 bright spheres hovered silently nearby. They weren't like typical aircraft lights. No blinking, just steady, intense pale blue-white glowing orbs. I initially thought someone might be playing around with spotlights, but these spheres were different. Later, I posted satellite images online, which mysteriously disappeared without warning or explanation. The entire thread was completely wiped, as if it never existed. That night, something else happened. Persistent, rhythmic knocking at my door every 3 minutes. The experience was deeply unsettling. The air near the door felt unnaturally cold. Despite my heater running and a faint, steady buzzing sound seemed to hover underneath everything. Hours passed. I didn't sleep, constantly watching the door, waiting for those haunting knocks. When morning arrived and sunlight began filtering through my window, the knocking abruptly stopped. Upon finally opening the door, I found no trace of anyone. No footprints, no notes, nothing. The entire experience felt like something I wasn't meant to see. Something, or someone, wanted those images hidden. The shapes on the ground remain visible on the few satellite maps that escaped deletion. But I'm not touching those images anymore. And if I hear knocking again, I'm definitely not opening that door. I was on my usual night shift at the observatory when I spotted 2 spheres hovering silently near the tree line. They were about 50 feet apart, moving in an odd way that didn't seem connected to anything. Grabbing my flashlight and binoculars, I tried to get a clearer view. For nearly 5 minutes, these spheres remained motionless, suspended in the air without making a sound. I radioed the control room to report the strange activity on the east side. They advised me to observe but not approach. Suddenly, without warning, the spheres began to rise. First 20 feet, then 30, climbing higher and higher until they vanished into the sky. Their ascent was faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever seen, and within seconds they were gone. The rest of my shift was spent alternating between monitoring the property cameras and walking the grounds, searching for any trace or explanation. I found nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no signs of anyone near the ridge. When I clocked out, I wrote my report as normally as possible, carefully describing the bright lights that hovered silently before disappearing. I didn't want to sound unreliable. The next morning changed everything. My manager, Jeff, was waiting for me, looking unusually tense and watching the door nervously. Before I could ask what was wrong, 2 men in crisp black suits entered. They carried themselves with an unsettling, authoritative calm. Jeff introduced them as Homeland security agents. They wore thick metal badges with numbers, 0473 and 8021, but no names. What struck me most was their eyes, unblinking, staring straight ahead with an almost inhuman intensity. They asked me to recount the details from my report. I repeated everything precisely. The spheres' movements, their silence, my inability to find any explanation. They listened intently, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances, but never wrote anything down. The day started normally enough, but everything changed when the agents arrived. They stayed for about 20 minutes, hovering silently before leaving without explanation. Just before exiting, I caught a faint whisper about restricted airspace and unusual aerial phenomena. Something felt off after they left. The security cameras kept showing static at random intervals, and Jeff seemed to be avoiding my gaze. That night, while walking the observatory perimeter, I saw the 2 spheres again, in exactly the same spot, hanging motionless in the air. The forest around me had gone completely silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant animal sounds. It was as if the entire area was holding its breath. When I looked closely, one of the spheres appeared to flicker, almost like a digital glitch. My stomach twisted. I'd never seen anything like it. Slowly, the spheres started moving toward the main telescope dome. I tried to radio the control room, but my voice came out distorted, overwhelmed by loud static. The lights hovered above the dome for about 10 minutes before vanishing completely. In the days that followed, the agents never returned. Jeff remained silent about the entire incident. The strange spheres stopped appearing, but an unsettling feeling lingered. Security cameras would occasionally catch something moving just beyond the frame, too quick to be human, too indistinct to be an animal. Odd details started emerging around the observatory, faint footprints leading nowhere. Small patches of scorched grass near the equipment sheds. When I mentioned these to Jeff, he dismissed them as likely animal activity or pranksters, but the unease remained. Weeks passed, and gradually things seemed to return to normal. Yet I never forgot those unblinking agents, or the silent spheres hovering in the eerily still forest. I continued working night shifts, always watching, always remembering. The missile silo sits abandoned near Fallon, Nevada, a concrete relic tucked away in scrubland. I'm Jake, an urban explorer who seeks out these forgotten places, not for cheap thrills, but to understand their history. That October evening, the sun hung low and orange, casting long shadows across the dry landscape. I parked my truck on a dirt road and walked toward the fenced site. Silence pressed against my ears, broken only by the crunch of my boots on gravel. The concrete walls bore cracks and faded graffiti. Leaning over the edge, I peered into a dark shaft that seemed bottomless. My phone's flashlight barely penetrated the first few feet, revealing an air thick with staleness. Preparing to explore, I rigged a harness and rope. Just as I was getting ready, something caught my eye. A faint flicker deep in the shadows. A glow, almost like a phone or lantern light. I froze, then dismissed it as a trick of fading sunlight. Nobody else was supposed to be here, and I didn't want to psych myself out. Lowering myself about 20 feet down, I noticed the walls were damp. The musty smell of old metal and earth grew stronger. The previous glow had vanished, but my flashlight revealed something else. A series of lights flickering along the shaft's far side, deeper below. The moment was completely quiet. I wondered if the spheres might return. I don't have answers, just a collection of inexplicable moments. And somehow that's enough to keep me glancing over my shoulder occasionally. These unexplained experiences haunt me, despite my usual skepticism about spooky stories and conspiracy theories. What happened that night continues to challenge everything I thought I knew. The sky darkened as I drove, wind whipping across the empty landscape. Blue and white lights pulsed irregularly in the distance, steady like lanterns. My voice caught in my throat when I tried to call out, echoing strangely against the concrete and meeting only silence. Something felt off, that I couldn't explain why my heart raced as I climbed back up from where I'd been. No signs of life surrounded me. No footprints, no vehicles, no lights, just an eerie emptiness stretching in every direction. When I reached my truck, I discovered my phone had no signal. That wasn't unusual in remote areas, but the radio's complete silence unsettled me. No static, no buzz, just dead air when I switched it on. Driving back toward town, headlights cutting through darkness, I noticed only starlight and a faint glow from Fallon's horizon. Suddenly, my dashboard flickered. The gauges danced erratically for a moment, and the radio crackled to life, not with music or voices, but a low electrical hum that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Home felt unchanged. Clothes scattered, books piled on the table, everything normal, except for the mailbox. A single photograph waited inside, no envelope, just a note scrawled in messy handwriting. "We're not buried that deep." The black and white image was grainy, but unmistakable. From above, the silo at night, and there, my own silhouette, hands resting on the concrete rim, looking down. I couldn't comprehend how anyone could have taken this photo. I lived alone on the second floor, in a locked apartment where only I and the distant landlord had keys. In the days that followed, I searched for answers. I returned to the silo with friends, alone, looking for anything that might explain the strange lights, the photograph. But the area remained silent, too silent. No evidence, no footprints, nothing unusual, just quiet emptiness. A week later, driving past the silo at dusk, the mystery continued to gnaw at me. My truck's radio died, cutting out as another night settled in. The sunset was fading and a low, steady hum began to fill the air. I stepped outside into silence. The usual evening cicadas were nowhere to be heard. Just beyond the tree line, a familiar glow emerged, hovering low and flickering between blue and white. This wasn't any helicopter or plane. No wings, no sound. Words caught in my throat as I watched. Minutes passed, and then the light simply dimmed, vanishing into the night, as if it had never existed. Back home, I locked every door, triple-checked the windows, and spent restless nights wandering. Strange occurrences haven't stopped since then. My porch lights flicker unprompted. My phone glitches randomly. Unexplained photos appear in my gallery. Nothing but static and confusing shapes. Someone left a photo by my doorstep, watching me from above the silo. I'm not sure I want to know more. My name is Lisa Moreno, and I live in a small cabin on Ashford's Wilderness Edge in Washington. I've always been drawn to documenting unusual things, call it a hobby or an obsession. Just after midnight, I was filming from the dock. The lake was impossibly still, sound seemingly swallowed by the darkness. Thick clouds obscured the moon, and that heavy, damp air hinted at approaching rain. I was waiting for those lights again, the weird ones I'd been seeing recently. Last week, while casually using my phone's camera, I'd first noticed strange glimmers over the water. They moved in unnatural patterns, not planes, bats, or fireflies. Small orbs hovering and darting inexplicably. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I just wanted to capture something strange. That night, I recorded footage of lights pulsing in a loose circle above the lake, sometimes moving up and down with what seemed like deliberate intent, completely silent. I'm not sure what I saw, but I know something was there. I was up late editing footage of strange shapes moving through the fog near my cabin when I showed the clips to Jamie over coffee. He's more into hiking than mysterious occurrences, but he listened carefully and suggested it might be a drone. The movements didn't seem mechanical to me, and drones don't typically hide in fog like that. In the days that followed, I kept returning to the lake, hoping to capture better evidence of what I'd seen. Weird things started happening around that time. First, a subtle power flicker caught my attention. One night while working on my laptop, the lights dimmed and went out completely for about 10 seconds, but only in my cabin. The entire street remained unaffected. When power returned, my laptop had frozen, despite being on battery. My phone began acting strangely too. The battery drained unusually fast, and GPS would randomly shut off. The compass would spin erratically, especially near the lake. The night before everything changed, I decided to turn in early and skip my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I'd actually locked the porch door this time, something I rarely do. The noise wasn't quite a knock, more like a soft, dragging shuffle across the wooden porch. Heart racing, I looked through the peephole. A man dressed entirely in black stood motionless, facing the door. No hat, no gloves. His face remained in shadow, but I could feel his gaze directed right at me. I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor. A photo the man had dropped, cracking the door open just enough. I retrieved it. The photo was faded, yellowed at the edges, clearly old. When I looked up, the man had vanished without a trace. No footsteps, no sign of movement. The photo stunned me. It was of me as a child, maybe 6 or 7. I was wearing the blue jacket my mom had bought me that winter. Turning it over revealed nothing written on the back. Sleep was impossible after that. The next day, I showed Jamie the mysterious photograph, still trying to make sense of the strange encounter. I worked the night shift at a gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a little place on the highway where drivers stop for coffee, snacks, or to fill up before heading into the woods or on long stretches of road. My name's Tyler, and I'm not someone who buys into weird stuff. Or at least I wasn't before that night. It was a Tuesday in early October, with gloomy weather all day. Low-grade clouds and light drizzle had given way to a cold night, the kind of chill that sneaks into your jacket and makes you wish you'd grabbed a hoodie. The wind hummed through the trees, and everything felt empty. About 3 hours into my shift, I was sitting behind the counter, scrolling through my phone, when the bell on the door jingled. 2 men walked in together, almost perfectly identical. Same height, same build, same dark hair slicked back, wearing black suits that looked like they'd come from some old-fashioned tailor. They moved slowly and deliberately, like they were in no hurry but knew exactly where they were going. After that night, strange things started happening. My phone would light up with calls from unknown numbers, never answered, never leaving a message. Lights on the lake flickered, and I felt watched, even inside the cabin. One evening, I heard soft tapping on the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside, just in case. I don't know if the man was connected to the lights or the weird glitches. I don't know why he had that photo or what he wanted to tell me. Now I pay attention to things I hadn't before. The way fog rolls in too quickly. How power sometimes blinks in half a house. Those quiet moments when the world feels paused, like it's holding its breath. Sometimes when I look out over the lake at night, I think I see shapes moving just beyond the trees. The photo sits on my desk right next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Not yet. He asked me where I got this, and I told him what happened. He frowned. That's unsettling. We both agreed not to tell anyone else. I was already feeling a little crazy. For the next few days, I kept watching for the man, but he never came back. 2 men walked in, standing stiffly in front of the counter. They didn't look around or make eye contact. One ordered Marlboro cigarettes, his voice flat and low. The other requested 2 black coffees. I rang up their items and gave them the total. They pulled out $100 bills and placed them on the counter. I processed the transaction silently. No conversation, no thanks. They just stared ahead. Something felt off. A strange smell began to fill the air, cold and metallic, like burnt ozone before a thunderstorm. It was unnatural, but not unpleasant. The scent seemed to seep into the store's walls, lingering even after they grabbed their purchases. Before leaving, the first man leaned toward me and whispered, "The sky is safer when it's empty." Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. He simply nodded and walked out with his companion. The cold smell remained, hanging in the air, despite the running heater. I tried to dismiss it as some local eccentricity or bizarre joke, but something nagged at me. Over the next few nights, odd occurrences kept me unsettled. The sky appeared unnaturally clear, pitch black with no clouds or stars, contradicting weather forecasts. Street lamps flickered, casting strange shadows that didn't align with surrounding objects. Once, I caught a glimpse of a dark shape moving between pine trees in the parking lot. But when I looked again, nothing was there. The store felt different. Familiar warmth had been replaced by a sharp, tense atmosphere. Those 2 men and their cryptic message haunted me, transforming an ordinary night into something inexplicably strange. The nights started blending together after those men first came through the store. Strange things began happening. First, the gas station's security camera acting up, showing an odd detail that didn't quite make sense. The 2 black cars in the far corner of the parking lot would mysteriously vanish, with cameras cutting to static for exactly 33 seconds before everything returned to normal. Soft sounds started creeping in, low humming like a distant machine idling outside, but whenever I'd step out to investigate, nothing moved. No headlights, no people. One night, a pale round light caught my eye just above the treetops, moving smoothly across the sky. Not like any plane or helicopter. It glided silently before disappearing behind the clouds, leaving the sky darker than before. My co-workers laughed when I mentioned it, dismissing it as fog or airplane lights. But the night was clear, with no fog at all. A week after their first visit, the bell jingled again. My heart raced, but it was just a woman grabbing a soda. Still, something felt different, like the store was waiting, expecting something. Then came the weirdest night, close to 4 a.m., with a cold wind rattling the building's siding. I was wiping down counters and thinking about going home. Suddenly the door jingled. The 2 men were back. Same black suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. They walked straight to the counter without a word, bringing that cold smell with them. This time the first man spoke immediately. "The sky is safer when it's empty," he said quietly, almost like a warning. I wanted to ask what he meant, but my throat was dry. I just nodded, feeling trapped in a dream. They handed me a thick, unmarked envelope. "Keep it safe," the second man said, before turning and leaving without another word. I stared at the door after they disappeared. The cold smell lingered for a long time. I didn't open the envelope right away. When I finally did, I found, well, that's another story. It started just after midnight. The road was mostly empty, with trees lining the highway barely visible in the dim glow of my headlights. I was driving home from a late shift at the hospital, cruising through the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa, a cool, crisp autumn night with a little fog rolling in, making the edges of the road look soft and hazy. About halfway through the drive, I noticed something strange up ahead. At first I thought it was just the fog playing tricks, but the sky started lighting up with this weird swirling glow. Not lightning, not fireworks, more like colored bands of light shifting and twisting. Greens and blues, mostly, they pulsed and flickered like they had their own rhythm. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. I slowed down, pulled over onto the shoulder, and stepped out of my car. The cold air hit me, fog curling around my boots. I looked up and the whole sky above me was dancing with that strange light. It felt almost hypnotic, like the air was thick with electricity, but I could barely hear anything except the faint rustling of the trees. I took out my phone to try and record it, but the screen was flickering, and the camera wouldn't focus right. After a few seconds, the light started to fade, melting away like nothing had happened. Now I have these photos. Blurry shots of the night sky, strange lights, and long shadows cast over the trees near the gas station. I still don't understand what it all meant. Since then, I keep an eye on the sky during my shifts, waiting for something else to happen. I don't expect those men to come back, but sometimes when the wind picks up just right and the night goes quiet, I swear I feel like someone or something is watching from the treetops. I still work nights at that gas station, and I still get that cold smell now and then, usually right before the sky seems to go a little darker than it should. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. The night started normal enough, but something was different. Stars peeked through a hazy fog after whatever I'd seen earlier. I drove home, not wanting to sound crazy if I told my brother about the strange lights. Pulling into my driveway, I noticed something immediately. A message was scratched across my windshield. Look up less. At first, I thought it was just a smear of dirt, but when I wiped it with my sleeve, the words were clearly etched, fresh, as if someone had just carved them with a key. That's when I spotted the black sedan parked down the street. About 50 yards away, it sat without movement, engine running softly in the quiet night. No one was inside. I stood on my porch, trying to make sense of it. Was this a prank? Had I imagined everything? The car remained motionless, idling like it was waiting for something. Not wanting to investigate, I went inside and locked the door. The next morning, I told my neighbors about the weird light and the windshield message. Nobody had seen anything, and no one knew about the black car. The police promised to keep an eye out, but didn't seem worried. Over the next few days, strange occurrences continued. That black car would appear and disappear, always with its engine running, never with a driver. Sometimes it would vanish when I looked away, only to reappear a block or two down the road. Odd sounds started happening at night. A low humming like a transformer, always faint, always seeming to come from the woods behind my house. Then, one night around 3 a.m., a bright white light flooded my bedroom. This wasn't street lamp light or passing headlights. It was steady, pure white, making the room glow like midday. Heart racing, I sat up and looked outside. The street was empty. The black car was gone. The silence started creeping into my neighborhood weeks ago. First, it was the fog thick and low around the trees, hanging like a heavy curtain. Then came the black car, parked mysteriously and vanishing without a trace. One morning, I discovered a chilling message scratched into the bark of the old maple tree in my front yard. 2 words, "Stop watching." The handwriting looked eerily familiar, matching the jagged script I'd seen on my windshield earlier. I kept quiet about it, thinking maybe some local kid was playing a prank, but something felt off. My neighbors were experiencing they'd seen odd lights in the sky and reported unusual behavior from their pets. One neighbor mentioned his dog barking endlessly at seemingly nothing. A sense of being watched began to consume me. It wasn't a tangible presence, not someone hiding or spying, but an unsettling feeling just beyond my perception. Shadows danced in street lamps that didn't belong to me. Late at night, a faint glow would flicker behind the tree line, and I started avoiding going outside after dark. Strange things kept happening. Footsteps crunched in the leaves outside my back door, but when I checked, nothing was there. My phone's battery drained inexplicably, and the signal weakened despite usually having full coverage. Time itself seemed distorted, hours slipping by oddly, minutes jumping forward without explanation. Then, one night, the black car returned, rolling silently down the street with its headlights off. It stopped directly in front of my house. For a long, tense moment, it just sat there, no movement, no sound. My heart raced as I stared back, and then it disappeared into the fog as quickly as it had come. Eventually, everything returned to normal. The messages stopped. The mysterious lights vanished. The black car never reappeared. But the memory of those unsettling weeks lingered, a constant reminder that some mysteries remain unexplained. Night had fallen over Devil's Ridge, a secluded spot near Flagstaff I'd discovered while hiking years ago. Late September wrapped me in a dry, crisp air that felt colder than expected once the sun disappeared. I was out alone, camera gear spread around me, tripod, lenses, phone at the ready, preparing to capture the stars. An hour after sunset, the Milky Way began to emerge. Silence blanketed the landscape, broken only by occasional wind whistling through scrub and pine needles. I was deep in concentration, adjusting aperture and exposure, focused on framing the stunning night sky. That's when I saw it. On a narrow rock outcrop across the small valley, a figure stood completely motionless. Dressed entirely in black, it was silhouetted against the star-filled backdrop. No features were visible, just a stark, unmoving shape that seemed out of place in this remote wilderness. I called out softly, "Hey, You okay over there? Silence. A slightly louder attempt yielded the same result. Then, in an instant, the figure vanished. Not walked away, not hidden, simply disappeared as if switched off. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. Unease mixed with curiosity. Alone in this isolated place, I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks. Maybe the darkness, the unusual light, or my imagination had created this strange apparition. Now, weeks later, I've returned to my normal routine. But sometimes, driving home late or sitting alone outside, that same quiet, watching feeling creeps back. It's subtle, a soft pressure on the back of my neck. The windshield scratches have mostly faded. I still don't know who or what left those messages, why that car kept appearing, or what the cryptic warning to look up less meant. Something was there. Something I still don't fully understand. My job as a security guard at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, involves overnight shifts that run from midnight to 8 a.m. It's one of those places locals talk about in hushed tones, always hinting at classified operations and areas off-limits to civilians. During one of these shifts, my hands were shaking slightly. A phone call came through with an unrecognizable number, just a random string of digits. Something compelled me to answer. A distorted, cold voice simply said, "We're watching," before the line went dead. I spent that night driving home through winding desert roads, my nerves on edge. The radio crackled with static and shadows seemed to dance around me. More than once, I caught fleeting glimpses of headlights in my rearview mirror, but nothing was there when I looked directly. Back home, I checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Everything seemed normal. The next day, I returned to Devil's Ridge with friends searching for any sign of disturbance. We found nothing. No footprints, no disrupted ground, absolutely no evidence of anyone else being there. That night I saw a shadow slip between trees across the street. I tried to rationalize it as a neighbor or stray animal, but when I looked again, nothing remained. Since then, I've returned to Devil's Ridge multiple times. I haven't seen the figure again, but I constantly feel watched, a quiet pressure, like unseen eyes tracking my movements. Occasionally, my phone lights up with calls from unknown numbers. When I answer, only silence greets me. I can't explain what happened or who that mysterious figure was. All I know is that out there in the darkness, something was definitely paying attention to me. Night shifts are usually quiet, especially when you're working security. I've been monitoring screens at this base for a while now, and most nights pass without anything noteworthy. But 2 weeks ago, something happened that I still can't explain. Around 3 a.m., the security room was bathed in the soft glow of monitors. The usual machine hum and distant wind were the only sounds. As I scrolled through the perimeter camera feeds, one screen caught my eye. A stretch of road about half a mile from the main gates. At 3:02 a.m., a black sedan pulled up, no headlights, an older model, probably from the late 90s or early 2000s. 2 men stepped out, but something was off about their movements. They didn't walk normally. It was like they were gliding, hovering inches above the ground. Their behavior was equally strange. Standing side by side, they scanned the horizon with an unnatural stillness. No blinking, no head movements, just rigid, silent observation. What struck me most was their complete lack of shadows. Streetlights should have cast dark shapes behind them, but the pavement remained untouched. I leaned closer, questioning what I was seeing. The walkie-talkie crackled. Another guard asked if I was witnessing the same thing. I confirmed the details about the car and its occupants. Just as suddenly as they appeared, the men moved back toward the car. Their feet lifted off the ground, gliding with the same uncanny motion. The vehicle started forward without headlights and vanished into the darkness. When I tried to review the footage, something bizarre happened. All monitors blinked off for a second, then returned with daytime recordings. The entire 3 a.m. segment had simply disappeared. I'm not one to jump to conclusions, but what I saw that night was anything but normal. I work at a base that keeps me on my toes, especially since that strange night a few weeks back. It all started when I noticed something weird in the camera feed, a missing recording that vanished without a trace. My supervisor brushed it off, telling me to focus on routine patrols, but I knew something felt off. I started asking other guards about what might have happened, but most either didn't see anything or weren't willing to talk. For several nights, I watched that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had caused the disruption. Nothing showed up. No black car, no mysterious figures. Days later, while driving home on the same road, I spotted a parked car with no lights on. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but the vehicle was empty. Around the same time, Local residents began sharing stories about strange lights near the base and unexplainable movements in the surrounding hills. I'm not one to believe in ghost stories, but these people seemed genuinely concerned. The way those shadowy men moved, the vanishing footage, and the overall eeriness of the situation felt far from normal. Now, I continue working at the base, keeping a close watch on the cameras. The 3 a.m. feed is under extra security, and on quiet nights when the wind rustles just right, I can almost feel unseen eyes watching from the dark hills. Meanwhile, Claire, a graphic designer from Seattle, was seeking her own escape from the city's noise. One late October day, with an overcast sky and damp forest air, she started a hike between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. The trail was mostly empty, just occasional runners and dog walkers passing by. About 3 miles in, something caught her eye, a black briefcase sitting carefully upright near a clump of ferns. No markings, no logos, just sitting there, unnaturally. The unexpected object broke the trail's peaceful silence, raising questions about how and why it had been placed so precisely in this remote location. During a hike, I stumbled upon a scratched-up, matte black briefcase. It was locked tight with no visible way to open it. No combination, no keyhole that I could detect. Despite jiggling and shaking the handle, it didn't budge. Thinking someone might return for it, I left the case where it was and continued walking. Something shifted in the forest shortly after. The air felt unnaturally heavy. Sounds became muted, and the usual forest noises seemed distant, like someone had turned down the world's volume. I chalked it up to fatigue or imagination, but when I looked back, the briefcase had vanished without a trace. No footprints, no disturbed ferns, nothing. Strange occurrences followed in the next few days. I constantly felt watched, though. Nobody was ever there. My phone battery drained unusually fast, calls became staticky, and the screen would randomly flicker. These little disruptions were just unsettling enough to make me nervous. A few days later, I returned to the trailhead to clear my head. As I walked the path, I noticed a man standing at the parking lot's edge. He wore a crisp black suit and tie, with short, neatly combed, dark hair. His eyes were what truly unnerved me, not just tired, but completely hollow, like empty sockets with nothing behind them. He stood motionless, silently watching as I started down the trail. When I looked back, hoping he might speak, he simply turned and walked away, his footsteps quiet on the gravel. Something about the briefcase and this man felt inexplicably connected, though I couldn't explain why. The entire experience left me questioning what I'd actually witnessed. I cover local news for the Melrose Gazette, mostly city council meetings and county fairs. But something about the crop circle story felt different, pulling me to investigate. It was a night I wasn't supposed to be out there. The farm's dirt road was slick from recent rain, with cornfields stretching like shadows on both sides. Tall stalks brushed against low clouds, and the air carried a damp, metallic scent. Just after dusk, mist rolled in from the Platte River, creating an eerie atmosphere. I parked near the field's edge, camera and notepad in hand. My editor had given me the go-ahead for a quick piece. The farmer, Hank, was still shaken but allowed me to walk the path through the crops. The circle was massive, about 50 feet wide. With impossibly perfect rings and lines flattened into the corn, every stalk was bent, not broken, as if created with a precise stencil. The ground remained wet, and the crops showed no signs of wilting. The first strange thing was the absolute silence. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in the mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were eerily quiet. My phone battery inexplicably dropped from 70% to 20% in minutes, despite minimal use. Later, when I revisited the spot, there was no trace of the briefcase or any disturbance. I never saw the man again in person, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of someone at the edge of my vision, a figure in a black suit with empty eyes. The briefcase haunts me. What was inside? Why was it there? Why did it disappear? I have no answers, just a strange feeling that something was watching, waiting, or trying to communicate in a way I can't comprehend. I stood at the edge of the cornfield, the mist thick and swirling in the low light. Tall stalks blocked my view beyond the field's edge as I looked at the circle in the distance. Suddenly, footsteps behind me made me spin around, heart racing. Nothing was there, just the cornfield moving gently in the breeze. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe an animal or my imagination. But then came the voices. Low, calm male voices speaking just out of earshot. A question seemed to be repeated twice, though I couldn't make out the words. Curiosity drew me toward the sound. Through the fog, two men materialized. They wore black suits, business style, with no ties. Their shoes were polished despite the muddy ground. They looked completely out of place in a nighttime cornfield. One of them fixed his gaze on me and spoke without warning. "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" The soft whisper cut through the silence like a blade. Confused, I asked, "What do you mean?" They offered no explanation. The second man simply stared, his dark eyes unreadable. As I took a step back, the mist seemed to grow denser between us. Before I could speak again, they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading into the fog like phantoms. My call went unheard. Swallowed by the thick mist, I stood there for hours, trying to make sense of the strange encounter. When dawn broke, I returned with the farmer and some deputies. The crop circle had vanished, not trampled or disturbed, simply gone. The corn stood tall, as if nothing had ever happened. No footprints, no machinery tracks, nothing. I still have the photos from that night. The mist looks thicker in them than I remember, almost like a heavy curtain. I rarely discuss what happened, the circle, the men, that haunting question. Sometimes I wonder if it was just a strange dream or something truly inexplicable. But when the mist rolls in thick over Melrose, the question echoes in my mind, and I realize I still don't know the answer. My first glimpse of the black sedan parked across the street came late one Tuesday night. Around 11 p.m. at first, I assumed it was just someone visiting a neighbor. The street was silent, broken only by the occasional car passing by. A sedan sat parked perfectly parallel to the curb, its windows completely blacked out, clean and unmarked, with no plates. It looked like it had been there all day. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look. The driver remained motionless, engine off. At first, I thought someone might be waiting for a friend and didn't pay much attention. But the next night, the same car returned to the same spot. I wondered if I was imagining things, so I asked my neighbor Tim if he'd noticed anything unusual. He hadn't. Yet over the following week, the car appeared nightly at the same time, never moving, never making a sound. An uneasy feeling began to grow. From my living room window, I watched carefully. The tinted windows concealed the driver, but I was certain someone was inside. 2 weeks earlier, something strange had happened on State Route 42. Late one night, I'd pulled over at a roadside overlook to stretch my legs. The sky was clear, stars bright, the air crisp. While scrolling through old photos on my phone, I looked up and saw something hovering about 50 feet above the highway's center line. It was a dark, smooth, rounded shape, unlike any aircraft. No wings, no blinking lights, no sound, just suspended in midair. As I tried to take pictures, the object seemed to absorb the surrounding light, making its edges indistinguishable from the sky. Street lights below flickered as if struggling with power. Slowly, it drifted right, moving over the trees before vanishing as silently as it had appeared. I drove home with an unsettling feeling of being watched. Days later, the black sedan began its nightly vigil outside my house. The silence grew heavy. The car sat there, windowless and dark, watching me. I was chasing a storm out in the Oklahoma plains, late April. The kind of that either breaks or makes you if you're into this sort of thing. I've been doing it for years, mostly freelance now, picking up gigs for local news and weather sites. Nothing fancy. Something about those storm photos felt different. I didn't show them to anyone, not my friends, not my family, just saved them on my phone. Soon after, a black sedan started appearing in the neighborhood, always parked, always watching. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I didn't have enemies. I didn't owe anyone money. I hadn't been in any fights. The only thing different was those photos. I thought about deleting them, but something made me keep them. One night, about a week after the car first showed up, I stepped outside to smoke. The sedan was there, just like always. Through the tinted windows, I noticed a shadow moving. A slight shift, the driver slowly turning his head, watching me. I swallowed hard and went back inside, locked the door, checked the windows. I kept thinking I was just being paranoid. But then one evening around 9 p.m., there was a knock at the door. Not a normal knock. Soft, deliberate, like someone trying to avoid making noise while still getting my attention. I opened the door a crack. A man stood there. Black suit, perfectly pressed, no tie. He looked ordinary, but something about his demeanor was off. Calm, too calm, like he'd rehearsed this moment 100 times. He didn't smile or say hello, just handed me a plain business card with his voice was barely a whisper. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No car, no one in sight. I looked down at the card. Paper was thick, almost unnaturally smooth. I wanted to throw it away, but instead, I stuck it in my pocket. After that night, the black sedan disappeared, but the photos remained on my phone. Sometimes in the dark and quiet, I catch myself looking out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I don't know if I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. Something is watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. The sky that afternoon was a surreal blend of dark gray and green, electric with tension. Northwest of Tulsa, on an empty back road, I was tracking a funnel cloud with my camera and truck as my only companions. Wind howled and dust whirled around me as the storm built rapidly. I pulled onto a gravel shoulder and set up my tripod, filming the funnel from a safe distance. The cloud rotated steadily thick at its base, ripping across the flat landscape. I was capturing the usual storm details: swirling dust, distant lightning, the twisting cloud formations. Then something caught my eye. A faint shimmer above the funnel's tip. Zooming in, I realized this wasn't ordinary debris. It was too smooth, too precise. A metallic object hovering near the storm. Roughly the size of a small car, oval-shaped, it gleamed in the fading sunlight. Unlike the chaotic storm, this object moved deliberately, almost deliberately, as if observing the funnel or riding its edge. Rain started to spit and the wind intensified. 2 minutes later, the funnel shifted direction and the metallic shape vanished behind the clouds. Adrenaline pumping, I packed up and headed back to town. That night, I uploaded the footage to YouTube and shared it on storm-chasing forums. By morning, the video had gone viral, with tens of thousands of views and endless speculation. Some suggested a drone, others a light trick or reflection. The day after, things got strange. A call came from an unrecognized number. The caller, claiming to be an insurance agent, asked about potential wind damage to my brain. I initially laughed it off as a prank, but the voice was clinical, almost robotic, like they were reading from a prepared script. I was hiking alone one Saturday afternoon in the Bitterroot National Forest in Montana. Early October had just begun, with leaves starting to turn, and a crisp edge to the air. Not cold, just cool enough to hint that winter was approaching. I'd chosen a less popular trail, hoping for some quiet and maybe good photos of the changing trees. The day started out normal. Bird sounds, rustling leaves, distant streams, all typical forest background noise. But halfway through the hike, after crossing a small ridge and descending into a hollow, everything changed. The forest went completely silent. Not just quiet, but as if someone had hit a mute button. No sounds at all. I was chasing storms back then, and this experience felt different from my usual weather tracking. One particular day, I captured something strange on video, a metallic shape shimmering above a funnel cloud. Shortly after, I received a mysterious phone call about potential exposure. When I asked who they were with, the caller went silent and then hung up. Trying to call back, I found the number disconnected. Then the footage vanished from my YouTube channel. No takedown notice, no explanation. I attempted to re-upload from a backup, but it wouldn't process. In the forums, others who had saved or shared the video reported similar issues, corrupted or deleted files. Strange occurrences started happening. My phone would beep randomly without notifications. Looking up at the sky, I'd see quick flashes or odd reflections in the clouds. Nothing solid, just fleeting glimpses of something trying to stay hidden. One night, driving home from a diner, my radio cut out completely for 5 minutes. No static, just dead silence, though the engine ran normally. I checked my car the next day and found no issues. I kept waiting for an official contact about the footage or an interview. Months passed. I still chase storms, but stay away from funnels and anything too close. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, the metallic shape, the call, the missing video. But the memory of that shimmer above the funnel cloud remains burned in my mind. I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't part of any storm I'd ever seen before. No sound, no birds chirping, no wind rustling through the trees, no movement in the brush. The distant stream seemed to have gone quiet. Something felt off. I stopped walking and surveyed my surroundings. The air hung motionless, unnaturally still. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a windless pocket or a rare moment of forest silence, but the stillness pressed against me, heavy and oppressive, as if the forest was holding its breath. A clearing ahead caught my attention. From a distance, I mistook a dark shape for a tarp or equipment. Getting closer revealed a black helicopter hovering about 20 feet above the ground, blades spinning slowly, This was no standard rescue or ranger chopper. Its matte black surface bore no markings, and a low, almost mechanical humming emanated from its strange engine. Beneath the helicopter, 3 figures stood in a perfect line, completely immobile. No movement, not even the slightest twitch. Dressed in uniform black, they were featureless silhouettes, more like statues than people. My body froze, brain racing between fight and flight, hands trembling. I raised my camera and snapped a few pictures. The helicopter lifted silently, gliding over the treetops and vanishing. The figures disappeared, moments later, leaving no trace in the clearing. A chill ran through me despite the warm air. I hurried back to the trailhead, heart racing. The following week seemed normal until Monday morning. During my 25-minute commute, a black SUV with tinted windows and no visible plates followed me. I tried losing it through various turns, but it stayed close. At a red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out and spoke. "Forests don't like secrets." I'm Jamie Towers from Asheville, North Carolina, and weird stories have always fascinated me. Not the wild conspiracy theories, but local mysteries and odd events that don't quite make sense. My podcast started almost 2 years ago as a side project, focusing on unexplained local incidents. Last month, I released an episode about a forgotten 1970s UFO sighting that caught more attention than anything I'd done before. The story centered on Walt, a trucker who claimed he saw strange lights hovering over a highway near Cherokee and experienced missing time. Official records were sparse, and most locals treated it like just another campfire tale. By digging through old audio interviews, I reconstructed the narrative. The day after publishing, strange voicemails began arriving on my podcast line. Initially, they were just static bursts typical of a bad connection. But within days, the static started breaking up, revealing something underneath, a deep, distorted voice repeating the same cryptic phrase, "Turn back the signal." No additional context, no name, just those words. I dismissed it as a prank at first. Who would go to such lengths? But the voicemails persisted, unsettling me more with each occurrence. Something about them felt different from a simple joke. Then came the SUV. During a drive, a vehicle followed me silently, maintaining distance but never leaving my peripheral vision. The driver's low, calm voice echoed in my mind, a phrase that seemed more like a warning than casual conversation. When the light turned green, I pulled away, and the SUV eventually disappeared. In the following days, I remained vigilant, scanning for the vehicle, but it never reappeared. An eerie sensation of being watched lingered. My phone battery drained unusually quickly, and fleeting shadows caught my eye, vanishing the moment I turned to look. Stress, I told myself. Exhaustion playing tricks. Yet the memory of that silent forest clearing haunted me. The helicopter, 3 motionless figures who seemed to belong to another world. I never returned to that part of the woods. I can't explain what happened that day, but sometimes, when the wind is still and the trees stand silent, I sense those dark shapes watching from somewhere beyond, waiting. The phone calls started almost daily, always at night, always the same eerie phrase. Static would sometimes flare up so loud it rattled my device. I tried blocking the number, but it kept changing. No caller ID, no trace. When I shared this with friends, they brushed it off as podcast hype or a troll's joke, but something felt wrong. A week after the episode went live, I woke up to find all my recording equipment vanished. Every single piece, mics, recorders, mixer, headphones, everything I used for the podcast had disappeared. Living alone on the town's edge meant no housemates or easy access for anyone else. I checked every window and door. Nothing was broken or forced. It was like someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. What truly unnerved me was what I found outside my front door. A single microphone sat on the welcome mat, one of my old handheld interview mics. It wasn't casually dropped, it was carefully placed right in the center. When I picked it up, I noticed a word carved into the metal body near the base. Silence. I'm not sure how I kept my composure. The police shrugged it off as a burglary with a strange message. They couldn't explain the missing equipment or the mic on my doorstep and found no signs of forced entry. After that, the voicemails stopped, but my paranoia didn't. I watched shadows in my apartment, double-checked locks, jumped at every sound. I shut down the podcast, deleted the episode about Walt, hoping to end whatever was happening. But something else began. When recording ambient sounds, playback would have static or low whispers underneath. Nothing clear, just always present. I wiped my phone and computer, reinstalled everything, but the interference continued. The silence felt heavy, watching me. Last night around midnight, A soft, deliberate knock came at the door. Looking through the peephole revealed nothing. I opened it anyway and found a small, worn cassette tape sitting on the porch light ledge. No label, no writing. I brought it inside and played it. The sun was setting as I took off from the municipal strip just outside of Missoula. My 1974 Piper Cherokee, co-owned with Pete from the Flying Club, cut through scattered clouds with no turbulence. A routine flight, nothing fancy, just a short loop east toward the Bitterroots and back. About 20 minutes in, somewhere over the foothills near Rock Creek, something caught my eye off the left wing. At first I thought it was another aircraft, metallic, round, maybe 200 feet away, moving parallel to me. It didn't seem like a drone, too big, too high, with an unusual shape like a coin held on its edge, no propulsion, no lights, no markings, and completely silent. Even in a noisy cockpit, this silence was different, dead smooth movement that made the silence even more pronounced. For about 15 seconds it kept pace with me before shooting upward at an angle and vanishing into the clouds. I radioed ATC with a calm position report and note about the unidentified aircraft. The controller's response was odd. No traffic in my vicinity, no primary radar hits. Unusual, even for a low traffic area. I completed the flight normally, logged my time, and filed a standard report. Later, I played back a recording on my old tape player. Mostly silence, interrupted by a low rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. After a minute, a deep voice came through. Calm, but chilling. I turned off the signal, heart racing. Now I'm writing this, trying to make sense of it all. The gear is gone. My phone keeps catching bursts of static. The microphone sits silently on my desk, cold to the touch. I have no idea what to do next. I've been flying over 30 years, so I know how things can get lost in the system. When I first noted a possible unauthorized aircraft, I expected someone might follow up in a day or two, but days turned into weeks. No calls, no emails, not even a note from the FAA rep. I didn't push it. Then, one afternoon, I checked the online flight log and discovered my report had vanished, not edited, completely gone, like it never existed. I went to the hangar to pull the paper copy, but that folder was missing too. Pete swore he hadn't touched it. At the FAA field office, the response was strange. The guy I spoke with acted like I was confused, claiming no report was attached to that flight. When I asked him to double-check, he paused, then suggested I might be misremembering. Something in his tone made me stop asking questions. 3 weeks later, I arrived at the hangar early on a Sunday morning. The place was quiet. As I was unlocking the gate, I spotted a black rental car parked on the gravel. 2 men in black suits stood nearby, not talking, just facing the hangars. They looked identical, same age, maybe late 30s. Clean-shaven, pale, same build, same short haircut. It felt weird, like they were deliberately trying to look alike. When they started walking toward me with a synchronized, steady pace, I knew something was off. One of them spoke first, his voice flat and emotionless. Mr. Wilcox. He recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. We're here to follow up. I was stunned. The report was gone. Nobody had acknowledged it. Who are you with? I asked. 2 winters ago, in early February, I was out walking my dog Benny late at night. It was cold but not snowing, and the sidewalk was dry. I was wearing old sneakers and a hoodie pulled over my head. Benny's a shepherd mix who needs his late-night walk, or he'll pace all night long. We live in a quiet neighborhood in Spokane Valley near Pines, and 16 just a typical area with ranch-style houses and older trees, pretty dead after dark. That's when 2 men approached me. They introduced themselves as contractors who handle misfiled data. Something about the way the second man said misfiled felt intentional. The first man stepped closer and started asking if I'd experienced any symptoms since the event. Dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinations. I shook my head, insisting I was fine. He didn't seem convinced. They talked about how pilots sometimes mistake visual artifacts for weather or debris. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon or random debris. They exchanged a look, then told me to take a short leave from flying. Just a few weeks to let things settle. I pushed back, saying I wasn't grounded. Not yet. The first man looked at me and called me Chippy, a nickname my grandfather used when I was 10. I froze. That nickname wasn't anywhere official. Not on my license, social media, nothing. They turned and walked away, their shoes making no sound on the gravel. That night I checked everything. Emails, notes, cloud backups. All traces of my original report were gone. Even my local laptop file was just a blank document with the original file name. Pete later told me he saw the same car parked down the road the next evening. just sitting near the tree line. I haven't flown since. I was walking with Benny when he suddenly stopped and stared straight up. The sky was clear, but something felt off. When I looked up, I saw it too. A massive triangle, definitely not a plane. I've seen plenty of jets, and this was different. Blacker than the night sky with only 3 faint white lights at its corners, it moved impossibly slow. No engine noise, no wind disturbance. Just gliding, weightless. As it passed overhead, maybe a couple of 100 feet up, an eerie silence descended. The world seemed to dim, like someone had turned down a global volume knob. Even Benny was completely still, just staring until the object disappeared behind the northern tree line. I tried to snap a photo, but my phone was frozen. The lock screen wouldn't budge, only returning to normal about half a minute after the triangle vanished. I didn't mention it to anyone, assuming it was some military test or an unfamiliar drone, just another strange moment to file away and forget. 2 days later, things got weird. A Tuesday night, I awoke suddenly, that inexplicable wide-awake feeling hitting me out of nowhere. Walking to check the thermostat, I noticed something through the living room window. A black sedan was idling across the street, right in front of the Wilkins place. Older model, chrome trim, lights on but subdued. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the headlights flashed, a slow, deliberate fade. Not a quick tap, but a precise signal. Then the car drove away, smooth and quiet, turning the corner and vanishing. I dismissed it as a random occurrence, maybe someone lost or turning around. But it happened again the next night, and the next. Always 3:17 a.m., always that single, slow headlight flash. Always precise, always mysterious. The car kept showing up in the same spot every night, shifting between the Wilkins and the Morgan's place, but always directly across from my house. By the 5th night, my unease grew. I set up my phone on a tripod in the window, recording from 310 for 20 minutes. The next morning, the footage revealed nothing, just an empty street. But I knew what I'd seen. I'd watched it, waved at it once. No response. I started asking neighbors about the car. Nobody else had noticed, not the Morgans with their open blinds, not Mr. Starr, not Mr. Cheer. Harrington across the street, who claims his dog barks at the slightest movement. My wife didn't believe me either. Working nights at the hospital, she's never around late. Stop watching weird documentaries before bed, she'd say, so I changed my routine. No more midnight walks with Benny. I'd take him out right after dinner instead, but I kept watching the window. Night after night, the car returned. Always at 3:17, always one quick flash, always vanishing before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency line once, reporting a suspicious vehicle, gave them the time, make, model, and pattern. They promised to send a cruiser. Did they? I never knew. Nothing changed. A week in, I decided to wait outside. Lights off, hidden behind the porch column. Benny paced inside, anxious about my absence. At 3:17, it arrived. No headlights this time, just faint running lights, parked directly across the street. Engine running, windows too dark to see through. The car was immaculate, not a speck of dust, no front license plate. I stepped out slightly for a better view. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin-faced man in a black suit sat motionless, staring at me. We both remained still. After about 10 seconds, he raised his hand. Not a wave, but a flat, stop-like gesture. Then he rolled the window up and drove away without a light. That was the last time I saw it. 2 summers ago, during the Cascades, I'd driven out to a desolate spot near Lander, Wyoming. County Road 2021 was just a stretch of emptiness, scrub hills and a lone, busted windmill. I knew the area from past field work. It was quiet, with no light pollution, perfect for my plan. Arced the truck off the shoulder, spread a blanket in the truck bed, and watched the meteor shower with coffee and a camera. The sky was pristine that night. No clouds, no moon, just stars. I arrived early, around 11, well before peak activity. I've always appreciated solitude, and the lack of cell service only enhanced the experience. Hours passed uneventfully, and I dozed off around 12:30. When I woke just after 2 a.m., the sky was illuminated. I grabbed my camera, setting up a basic tripod in the truck bed and capturing long exposures. Sometime after 3, something caught my eye on the road behind me. Initially, I thought it was the tripod's shadow, but it didn't move when I did. A shape, possibly a person, stood about 50 feet back, dead center, on the road. No flashlight, no movement, just a silent silhouette. I watched, wondering if someone had pulled off and walked over. But there was no sound, no car, no footsteps, no tire crunch. This figure, if human, was unnaturally still. I turned on my headlamp and shined it toward them. The beam lit the road and shoulder, but didn't catch their face. They didn't react. No flinching, no eye shielding, no stepping back. I snapped a quick picture with my phone, no zoom. The moment the shutter clicked, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the low slope across the road. I got out, called out, thinking they might need help. In the nights that followed, I kept watch. Nothing came. No headlights, no idling engine, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the uncertainty. Now I habitually check the street at 3:17. Sometimes I could swear I hear a car idling down the block. But when I look, there's nothing there. I went back to the truck after a minute or two and checked the photo. Something wasn't right. The figure in the image looked strange, too thin, too tall, maybe wearing black. Its arms seemed unnaturally long, and the head had an odd shape. Not a hat, not hair. The face appeared almost featureless, as if turned away or blurred. I convinced myself it was just a camera glitch or a trick of the light, but the image gave me the creeps. I saved it and locked my phone, trying to shake off the unease. The rest of the night passed quietly. I watched the meteors a bit longer and left just before dawn. The next day, things took a weird turn. On my way home, I stopped for gas at a Conoco station in Riverton around 7 a.m. I went inside to use the bathroom. The place was empty, with just a cashier behind the counter. As I dried my hands, the door opened. A man in a black suit stepped in mid-40s, clean-cut, pale skin, no tie, top button fastened. His shoes were immaculate. He didn't look like he belonged there. Standing by the sinks, he said without looking at me, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was a strange joke. But when he turned and looked at me directly, my stomach dropped. His eyes were wrong. The color seemed off, with irises too pale or pupils too large. Not fake, just not right. He held out his hand. "Your phone," he said. "You took a picture. Give me the device." His voice held no threat, just a flat certainty that I would comply. And somehow, I did. I pulled out my phone and handed it over. He unlocked it, using a code I never told him, looked at the screen, then walked out. I followed him into the store, but he had vanished completely. No footsteps, no sound. The cashier continued flipping through a flyer, not even looking up. When I asked if he'd seen anyone leave, he said no one had come in. I checked the parking lot. No black car, no SUV, nothing. Just me and my truck. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I was with Mallory at Deep Creek Lake during the off-season. The rentals were boarded up for winter, and it was too cold for swimming. But I've always loved the place when it's quiet. We took a simple 2-day break, staying at a small roadside motel a few miles from the state park entrance. The kind with one ice machine and paper-thin walls. That first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. Near the north end of the lake, there's a boat launch area with a decent-sized gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were around, just us and the water. It was around 11 o'clock, cold, but not freezing. Mallory brought a blanket, and we sat on the car hood, sipping coffee from a thermos, listening to the wind and water. The far shore's tree line was barely visible, just a darker shade of black against the sky. About 20 minutes in, something odd caught our attention. Initially, I thought it was fog or mist over the lake, but it was moving too deliberately, not drifting, but rising from the water. We both sat up. A massive, wide shape was emerging, not floating, not splashing, just lifting straight up, slow and silent. No lights, no rotors, nothing mechanical, just this huge dark thing rising from the lake's bottom. Mallory asked, "Is that a blimp?" It wasn't. No curve, no gondola underneath. More angular, like a stretched-out wedge with a flat underside. It rose about 50 feet and hovered. We were frozen, speechless. The silence was eerie. No hum, no wind. Later that night, back at the motel, something strange happened with my phone. I didn't feel or see anyone near me, but when I unlocked it, everything was wiped. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all gone. Factory reset. Only my cloud-synced contacts remained. The photo I took vanished, not even in the backup folder. That night, I plugged the phone into my laptop and ran recovery software. Nothing. The metadata revealed a hard reset at 7:14 a.m. precisely when I was in that gas station bathroom. I've rarely discussed this with anyone. Those I did tell assumed I dreamed it. I didn't. That stretch of road? I've never returned. We were silent for a full minute after it vanished. The thing we'd just witnessed over the lake made no sound, which somehow amplified its strangeness. It moved sideways, gliding low just above the water's surface, passing in front of the distant tree line before disappearing into darkness like it had never existed. "We should go." Mallory broke the silence. We got off the hood, packed up the thermos, and got in the car. I made a quick U-turn toward the exit. That's when I noticed the note tucked under the driver's side wiper. No one had approached. No footsteps, no lights. It definitely hadn't been there when we arrived. I turned on the wipers and it fluttered to the ground. Maury picked it up, a plain white paper with no envelope. Printed in blocky all caps were the words, "Keep driving next time, no signature, no personal touch." The drive back to the motel was completely quiet. Early the next morning I was up. The bed felt too soft, and the heater droned loudly. I went to grab a tiny motel coffee from the lobby. Only 2 people were there. The desk clerk and a man in a black suit sitting by the fake fireplace. Dark tie, pale hands, sunglasses despite the dim light. He was reading a newspaper, held completely upside down. Not like he was confused, but like he simply didn't care. I pretended to browse the map rack, watching him turn pages without ever looking up. Back in the room, I told Mallory about the strange man. She laughed initially, but her expression shifted when she realized I was serious. We decided to check out early, something just feeling off. While I warmed up the car, she settled the bill. When she returned, she mentioned the man had followed her out of the lobby, standing silently just outside the front door as she got in. He didn't speak, didn't help, just watched. He didn't seem to follow us when we left. At least not that we could tell. During the drive home, we barely discussed what happened. Whenever we tried to talk about it, the words felt wrong, like they couldn't capture the experience. "Let's just get home," Mallory finally said, and that was that. Last week, something strange happened with my dash cam footage. When I reviewed the recording from that night at the drive-in, I found something odd. The timestamp showed we were parked, and then nothing, just a black screen for 2 hours. When the video resumed as we drove out, I checked the file details. The missing time wasn't erased. It was simply blank. No audio, no video, just dead air. The note is still in my glove compartment. I was working on a paper for my modern American myth course. UFOs weren't really my thing, but I needed a topic that would be both easy to research and interesting enough to keep me engaged. Dr. Luring required us to connect the myth to a real historical event, so I chose the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut. Since my school wasn't far away, I dove into local archives, library newspaper reels, and old message boards. Most of what I found was typical UFO stuff, fuzzy lights and second-hand accounts. A few farmers mentioned their cows acting strangely. Someone claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. Nothing extraordinary. But 2 brief mentions in old articles caught my eye. They referenced a pair of federal men who visited locals after the sightings. The men weren't described or named, just casually mentioned. I suspected local exaggeration, but made a note to investigate further. A regional historian named Vince Halbrook responded to my emails and suggested a microfilm archive in Springfield. I planned to visit that Friday. Then Tuesday night around 8:20 p.m., while finishing some notes and half-watching TV with my roommate Aaron, an email arrived. The sender was Dr. Harlan Oakes from oakes.faculty@sun.edu, an address I didn't recognize. When I searched Southern University of New Hampshire, Dr. Oakes wasn't on that. The email's subject was simply, "Stop." Its message was chilling. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." No greeting, no signature, no attachments. Just those words. I was standing with Aaron in the dorm when I checked the email headers. Everything looked normal. The message had cleared campus filters, so I showed it to him. He brushed it off, saying someone was likely messing with him, probably a classmate who knew about his research topic. Minutes later, the fire alarm blared through the entire building. Loud, piercing sounds and strobing red lights sent everyone outside into the cold, early March evening. Wet pavement glistened, a light wind cutting through sweats and hoodies as students gathered in the courtyard. That's when I saw them. 2 men across the street, completely motionless. They wore matching black suits and short black coats, dark ties defining their silhouettes. One wore sunglasses despite the darkness, the other did not. Their hands hung straight at their sides, completely still. They weren't taking photos or making any gestures. Instead, they stared directly at me. I scanned the crowd, but no one else seemed to notice these strange men. Everyone around me was chatting, scrolling on phones, or joking around. Aaron next to me was deep into Instagram. When I nudged him and pointed out the men, he turned to look, but they had vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone in an instant. Back inside, I discovered the email from Dr. Chang had discovered the email from Dr. G.A. Oakes had disappeared. I searched every folder on my laptop, ran searches with the subject line, but found nothing. The next morning, I visited Campus IT. They explained that deleted messages were unrecoverable without admin access. When I provided the sender's address, they returned with surprising news. No record existed of this email passing through any university server connected to Sun 4. Unsettled, I changed my research paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. For the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that something strange had occurred. Driving back to LA from Las Vegas late at night, the Mojave Desert stretched out endlessly before me. The highway was a dark ribbon cutting through absolute emptiness with only scrub and cacti, breaking the monotony. My car was running low on gas, and hours had passed since sunset. The silence and vastness began to wear on me around 1 a.m. A figure caught my eye, standing on the shoulder, hand raised. At first I thought someone might need help, but something felt off. The man wore a black suit and stood completely motionless, which seemed strange given the miles of empty desert around us. As I approached, I slowed down. The figure didn't wave like someone seeking assistance. Instead, he held his hand out, palm forward, in an unnervingly rigid gesture. His face was blank, expressionless. I couldn't make out details, but something about him didn't feel quite human. A chill ran through me despite the desert heat, and I kept driving. The moment I passed him, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered and went black, then reset. Suddenly the route changed, trying to redirect me back to the exact spot where the man had been standing. I tried re-entering my destination, but each attempt only looped me back to that same stretch of highway. Pulling over, I tried to check my phone. No signal. No bars. No Wi-Fi. It was as if I'd been completely cut off from the outside world. I rebooted the car's system, but nothing changed. The GPS remained fixated on returning me to that specific location. An unnatural silence descended. No crickets chirped. No wind rustled. No distant cars hummed. The air felt heavy, charged like the moments before a storm, yet the sky remained clear, studded with stars. I scanned the shoulder with my headlights. Nothing. No trace of the man remained. Panic began to edge into my consciousness. Eventually, I forced myself to keep driving, deliberately ignoring the GPS's persistent instructions. Something told me to just keep moving forward. I was driving home late one Sunday night after spending the weekend at my friend Emma's cabin up in the Cascades. Early November brought a chill that made my breath visible, though the roads hadn't iced over yet. I left around 10:30 p.m., eager to get back to Seattle before it got too late. The drive wound through forest roads lined with tall firs, mostly empty and silent. Overhead, the moon barely showed itself, and a weird thin layer of fog hung low over the trees. An old rock station played on the radio, its signal fading in and out as I drove. About 20 minutes into the journey, something strange began happening. The music started cutting out differently than usual, pausing for seconds, then bursting back with static and a jarring volume spike. Eventually, the radio went completely dead. Every station was nothing but white noise. That's when I saw it. A single light hovering above the tree line to my right, bright but soft, like a glowing orb about the size of a headlight. It wasn't moving like any aircraft I'd seen before. So slow it seemed almost stationary, just drifting imperceptibly. I kept watching, blinking, looking away and back, and it remained, barely shifting in the sky. Unnerved, I took a side road I'd noticed on my map earlier, hoping to find a way out of what felt like an endless loop. Hours later, I checked into a small motel on the outskirts of town. Exhausted and shaken, I tried to convince myself it was just stress and fatigue. Just after midnight, the room phone rang, an unknown number. I answered. A calm, cold voice spoke. You were right not to stop. Not everyone is. Then silence. The next morning, my GPS worked normally. I left heading home, haunted by memories of the strange light, the road, and that cryptic phone call. I still don't know who was behind it or what they wanted, but one thing was certain. I was glad I didn't stop. The road stretched out empty before me, miles of darkness interrupted only by a strange hovering light. It moved slowly, almost silently. Not like any aircraft I knew. My mind raced through logical explanations. Helicopter, weather balloon, drone. But something felt off. No machine sound, no navigation lights, just this constant pulsing glow that seemed to draw my attention. Every few minutes, the light would subtly brighten and dim, though not in any predictable rhythm. I couldn't look away no matter how hard I tried. My phone showed no signal, leaving me without maps or contact with the outside world, just me, the road, and this inexplicable light. After about 15 minutes, I pulled into Maples Fuel, a small gas station with flickering neon and a handful of old pumps. I needed coffee and a bathroom break, something to clear my head and make sense of what I'd been seeing. When I stepped out of the car, the cold air hit me. Through the trees in the parking lot, I caught another glimpse of the light hanging motionless in the sky. As I filled my tank, a man in a plain black suit approached the pump next to mine. He looked to be in his late 40s, clean-shaven, with an unnervingly calm demeanor. "Some lights are meant to be ignored," he said quietly. When I asked him to repeat himself, he simply asked, "You saw it too, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to speak. He gave a half smile, then walked into the store, the door closing behind him with an oddly mechanical clang. Inside, I bought coffee and tried to process the encounter. Looking out the window, I realized the light had vanished. The sky was now dark and empty. The cashier seemed uninterested when I asked about any strange occurrences, dismissing my questions with a casual shrug. Back in my car, I scanned the sky. The light was gone. It was time to finish my drive home, leaving behind an experience I couldn't explain. I was out in the forest since dawn, walking the perimeter of a clearing in northern Minnesota late in September. The air had that crisp edge signaling fall was approaching but hadn't fully settled. My research typically involved tracking activity in this area, but something felt different that morning. Near the end of my survey, something caught my eye, a series of perfectly round scorch marks arranged in an unusual circular pattern. Each mark was about 2 feet across, roughly 6 or 7 of them forming a 15-foot diameter circle. The marks were deeply embedded in the earth, with blackened and cracked soil underneath. Strangely, the surrounding vegetation remained untouched. No burned leaves, no snapped branches, just these clean, symmetrical marks that looked like something had pressed a giant hot cookie cutter into the ground. I circled the area carefully, searching for any explanation. No footprints, no tire tracks, no evidence of human activity or campfires. Just these inexplicable burn marks. I methodically photographed the scene, made detailed sketches, and collected soil samples. After flagging the location on my GPS, I radioed back to the research station with a brief description. My team speculated about potential causes, maybe a lightning strike or animal territorial marking, but the precise shape and symmetry didn't align with any natural explanation I'd encountered in my years of fieldwork. The forest that day was unnervingly quiet, and an unsettling sensation of being watched crept over me. Later, driving home, those strange marks lingered in my mind. I never told anyone the full story. It seemed too bizarre to explain. Sometimes I think about that clearing, those perfect circles burned into the earth, and wonder what really happened that morning. The experience changed how I see the wilderness, leaving me with more questions than answers. I kept looking over my shoulder, but nothing was there. Just days later, a knock echoed through the old research cabin, a simple space with wood walls and a single room where I worked. No frills, just basic functionality. When I opened the door, a tall man in a plain black suit stood before me, completely out of place in the dense woods. No badge, no identification. His dark eyes were steady, his voice flat and calm. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he said without preamble. I showed him the scorch mark photos from my camera. He examined them closely, asking detailed questions about my work, the animals I tracked, the data I collected. Something felt off. His gaze never wavered, analyzing every subtle reaction. He knew exactly where the clearing was without asking for directions, declining my offer to guide him with a polite demurral about having his own methods. After almost an hour, he left as abruptly as he'd arrived. I watched him walk away, his steps unnaturally quiet on the forest floor. Once he was gone, I meticulously checked my equipment and locks. Nothing was missing, but an unsettling feeling remained. In the following days, the scorch marks haunted my thoughts. The silent clearing, the man's unnerving calm, his seemingly impossible knowledge. I returned repeatedly, searching for changes or new marks, but found nothing. Some nights, when the wind moves through the trees just right, I hear a low hum, not like any animal or machine, but a faint vibration beneath the forest's skin. I never saw the man again. No calls, no messages, just that single, strange visit, and the persistent sense that something out there was watching, but not particularly interested in me. I stepped into my small townhouse, the quiet morning stillness broken only by my own heartbeat. The door had been slightly ajar when I pulled up after my early river walk, and now I stood scanning the living room. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it. Nothing disturbed, no signs of intrusion. My early morning had started like most of my mornings, up before dawn, walking the Green River Trail near Seattle. The fog had been thick that day, hanging low and making the landscape soft and blurry. While walking, I'd noticed something strange, a pale blue-green glow hovering just above the river's surface. It moved slowly upstream, against the current, without making a sound. No boats, no reflections, just this eerie light floating on the mist. I'd chosen not to investigate the strange light, something about it feeling off, unsettling. So I'd continued my walk, glancing back occasionally until the fog swallowed the glow completely. That was around 5:15 a.m. Now, standing in my living room, I pulled out my phone and texted my brother Mark, a police officer. "Doors open. Don't come over, but I might need you to check this out." My hands were shaking slightly. The neighborhood remained quiet, with only distant traffic breaking the silence. I hadn't heard anything inside the house, no footsteps, no voices, but the open door wasn't normal. I always locked up, especially at night. Something felt wrong. I began to methodically check each room, my senses heightened, looking for any sign of disturbance. The couch cushions were untouched, drawers closed, everything in its place. Yet the open door nagged at me, a silent warning of something undefined. The clocks were the first sign something was wrong. Every single one in the house, the kitchen wall clock, the alarm clock by my bed, even the microwave, read exactly 3:33. This wasn't normal. Clocks never keep perfect time, so the precision was unsettling. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power outage? But no, the lights weren't flickering, and my phone showed a full charge with no warnings. I called Mark and told him about it, though I downplayed the weirdness. He said he'd stop by later, after his work shift. The day felt different. The quiet seemed heavier, more oppressive. I found myself moving around more than usual, double-checking locks and changing the front door keypad code. Something just felt off. That evening, I took my regular walk in the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end, near the playground, a man sat on a bench. He was oddly dressed, a black suit more suited to a funeral or business meeting. He was reading a newspaper, which struck me as strange. As I got closer, I realized the paper was completely blank. No text, no images, just white pages. When I approached, he glanced up. His eyes were dark, unreadable. I said evening casually. He didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine. The air around him felt noticeably colder. I nodded and kept walking. Back home, I locked everything twice. Over the next few days, nothing unusual happened. No mysterious lights on the river, no unexplained open doors, no silent figures on benches. But something had changed. Now I catch myself staring at clocks longer than before. Sometimes, while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I get the unsettling feeling of being watched. Someone just outside the window, though, when I look. No one's there. I'm not sure what I saw that morning by the river or why my door was unlocked, but it all feels connected somehow, and I haven't told anyone. I'm not sure I want to. We were just out camping, nothing unusual. A couple nights with some beers and hiking during the day. The night was cold but clear, and we'd set up our campfire near the tent clearing. Around midnight, we decided to relax and stargaze. That's when we saw the light. It started as a faint glow above the trees, similar to moonlight casting shadows, but different. This was a narrow beam moving slowly, side to side, sweeping over the pine branches like a searchlight or flashlight. What struck us was the complete silence. No helicopter, no drone, no motor noise. It just glided through the air, scanning the forest as if searching for something. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. We watched it for about 5 minutes, the light moving smoothly and occasionally catching on branches or tree bark, creating strange shadows. Suddenly, it stopped. Hovering around 50 feet above the treetops, it shined straight down. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Like someone had flipped a switch. We were frozen, looking at each other. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. Mike shook his head. The silence felt heavy, pressing against us from the surrounding woods. We didn't talk much after that. The next day we tried to rationalize it. Was it a Park Service operation? A drone test? We called the ranger station, but they confirmed no scheduled activities in the area. Weeks passed and we never discussed it. It was as if we both wanted to forget it happened. 3 months later, I received an email. The sender was simply listed as control with a blank subject line. I hesitated before opening it. The message was short. No need to share what you never understood. Shortly after, Mike texted me. He'd received the exact same email from the same sender. We had no idea who it was. I told no one. Not my family, not my colleagues. It felt like a message meant only for us. Sometimes, I still think back to that night, to the quiet, the unexplained light, and wonder. My name's Eric, and I work in software support, so sitting behind a screen all day means I usually need to get outside now and then. I had just finished a week-long trip through the Mojave Desert, trying to clear my head. It was mostly me, my old Jeep, and a map. With no real plan beyond driving through empty places and staying off the main highways. As night fell, I was near Baker, California, heading back toward the 15th. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a deep blue desert sky. The air had cooled, but the day's heat still clung close to the ground. Nearly empty roads stretched before me with just my headlights cutting through the darkness. About 40 miles outside Baker, I noticed a black sedan behind me. It looked pretty standard, with no logos or distinguishing marks. In the rearview mirror, I caught a blurry glimpse of the driver's face, just a shape like a man, with no clear features. I initially thought it was just a coincidence, someone traveling the same route, but an uneasy feeling started to grow. I sped up, hoping they might pass, but the car matched my speed perfectly. I slowed down, then sped up again. Still there, the more I tried to lose them, the closer they seemed. Eventually, I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station, planning to see if they would follow. The black sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine idling. As I filled my tank, I kept a watchful eye on the car. The driver remained motionless, watching me intently. After finishing, I climbed back into my Jeep, considering just driving off. But something inexplicable held me there. After a minute or two, the passenger window rolled down with a quiet hiss, breaking the silent night. A man's face appeared, mid-40s, clean-shaven, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His eyes were calm yet sharp, without a hint of a smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said, his voice low but clear. I blinked, suddenly uncertain. The beam, the way it moved without sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they scanning for? I don't know. And maybe that's the point. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon, the kind of night where only night owls and truckers passing through keep you company. The place is an old roadside spot with buzzing neon signs and vinyl seats worn thin from years of use. My name's Dan, and on slow nights like this, I usually just keep to myself, wiping tables and brewing coffee. It was a drizzly evening, rain softly tapping the windows and blurring the neon glow. Around 11 p.m., 2 men walked in wearing black suits that looked more suited to a funeral or some sketchy business meeting. One was tall with slicked back hair, the other shorter and older, sporting thin glasses and a permanent frown. They sat by the window and ordered black coffee. I wasn't paying much attention until their conversation caught my ear. Something about the way they spoke made me lean closer while pretending to clean a nearby table. They weren't discussing the weather or local gossip. Instead, they talked about controlling the narrative and managing the fallout from a recent sighting that had been causing a stir in town. Something about a strange light hovering over the old radio tower. When they left, one of them approached me. "Drive carefully from now on," he said with a look that sent chills down my spine. The window rolled up, and their black sedan melted into the darkness. My heart was pounding. I hadn't seen anything unusual during my shift, or at least nothing I'd admit to seeing. I didn't follow or chase them. I just started my Jeep and drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I don't know if it was a warning or a threat, but ever since that night I'd been more aware of the quiet things, shadows moving just out of sight, distant humming in the desert night. I don't talk about it much. It's the kind of story people either don't believe or look at you differently for telling. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I see headlights far off on the horizon, and I wonder if that black sedan is still out there somewhere, watching. I didn't go looking for anything unusual during my solo camping trip in northern Vermont. Just wanted some quiet time away from the city. Deep in the forest, off a small logging road about 10 miles from the nearest town, I found a flat clearing near a creek. It wasn't a designated campsite, but it looked perfect. I set up my tent late afternoon and had a fire going by sunset, spending the night reading and listening to the forest settling in. The first night was cold but normal. I woke a few times, hearing typical night sounds, crickets, owls, wind through the pines. Nothing seemed out of place. During the second day, I hiked around and didn't see another soul. When I returned to my site late afternoon, there was a faint smell in the air. By the time the strange events unfolded, something was already different. A light had appeared near the radio tower on the hill. People whispered about a UFO, but no concrete evidence existed. The news seemed eager to dismiss the incident. In a local diner, two men discussed something intently. I was working, wiping tables, trying not to appear obvious while listening. The tall guy glanced toward me, and I froze mid-wipe. He didn't speak but leaned closer to his companion, lowering his voice. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he said. Their cold, sharp eyes met mine, prompting me to nod in reply. "Got it?" As if I wasn't attempting to eavesdrop. They quickly finished their coffee and left without another word. I watched them disappear into the rain, coats pulled tight, streetlights reflecting off wet pavement. After their departure, the diner felt different. The usual background noise seemed quieter, almost as if the walls were holding their breath. An unsettling sensation lingered, not scary, but like I'd accidentally stumbled into something much larger than a casual conversation. The next morning, the radio tower was just an old piece of junk on the hill, and the news made no mention of the light. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about those men and their cryptic warning. I've never shared this story, knowing most would dismiss it as another late-night diner tale. But sometimes, when rain blurs the neon lights just right, I swear I see shadows standing by that tower, watching, waiting. Night had settled around my campsite, quiet and still. An odd smell drifted through the air. Chemical, like burnt rubber, but no trucks had passed. I barely registered it, too tired to pay much attention. Around 4 a.m., rustling leaves outside my tent weren't from small animals. These sounds were heavier, deliberate, someone moving carefully through the brush. My heart raced as I lay frozen, listening intently. Then complete silence descended, an unnatural quiet that felt suffocating. When dawn broke, I unzipped the tent and discovered a small note pinned to the flap. A simple notebook paper scrap, held in place by a twig, or messy block letters spelling "Go Home." Scanning the clearing, I noticed a black sedan idling near the tree line. Its engine hummed softly, but the car appeared empty. I called out, my voice strange and muted in the open space. No response came. Something felt off. Walking slowly toward the vehicle, I tried to understand how it arrived without leaving any tracks. 15 feet away, the engine abruptly died. No warning, no sound. An unusual haze hung around that section of woods, stationary and thin. My phone showed no signal. Checking again yielded the same result. The entire scene felt surreal, like a moment suspended between reality and something else entirely. Behind the car, the tree line revealed nothing. No footprints, no disturbed grass, no evidence of recent movement. I stood there, caught between confusion and growing unease, unable to explain the strange circumstances surrounding me. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday evening just past sunset. Those winding canyon roads narrow between steep sandstone cliffs, with the sky still holding onto some light while shadows stretched long and dark. The temperature dropped quickly. I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, taking the scenic route to clear my head. I've never been a fan of the freeway. Around 7:30, something caught my eye. A black sedan with no plates parked just past a sharp bend, not something you typically see in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, expecting maybe a roadblock or construction. But there were no signs, no cones, nothing official. Two guys stepped out. Both wore black suits and dark sunglasses, even though the sun was dipping low. One was tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter, late 30s. They walked directly to my window like they'd been waiting. The tall one didn't smile, just spoke. Later, back at my campsite, a note hung on my tent flap like a curtain. An unease crept over me. I grabbed my pack and started walking back toward my tent, glancing over my shoulder. No sign of anyone or anything. By the time I returned, the note was gone. No trace it had ever been there. My tent flap was zipped tight, just like I'd left it. I tried convincing myself I'd imagined the note or it had fallen off somehow, but the memory of the car and the surrounding silence felt too real. I packed up fast. That weird smell was back, faint but distinct. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. When I reached my truck parked several hundred yards down the logging road, I checked the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw headlights coming through the trees behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there. I drove straight back to town, not stopping until I hit the main highway. I told a few friends later, but they brushed it off. Probably some prank, wildlife, or just nerves. I don't know. I've been back to that area a couple times since, but never near that clearing. I haven't seen the black car again or that note, but every time I think about it, that quiet engine running with no one inside, the mysterious note, it just doesn't make sense. Here's the rewritten version. My drive home was supposed to be routine, but nothing about this evening felt normal. 2 men had blocked the road, claiming maintenance was happening. No workers, no signs, just 2 strangers in a completely black car with no markings or visible license plates. When I challenged them, they were unnervingly direct. Roads closed. Indefinite maintenance, the shorter one said flatly. The tall guy added, "You have to turn around." No explanation, no alternative route. Something felt deeply wrong. I started backing up slowly, watching them carefully. In my rearview mirror, they'd already returned to their vehicle, but when I glanced back seconds later, their car had vanished. No sound, no trace, just empty canyon walls and fading daylight. Confused and unsettled, I crept forward. The road was completely clear. No barriers, no equipment, nothing to suggest any work was happening. I pulled over, stepped out, and surveyed the quiet landscape. Dry brush rustled in the wind. My phone showed no signal. Walking up and down the road, I searched for any evidence of the mysterious encounter. Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing explained their sudden disappearance. I returned to my car and began driving back the way I came, the deepening blue sky filling with early stars. About 10 minutes into the return journey, something else strange happened. A soft, steady light appeared just above the canyon rim. It wasn't moving like an aircraft. It hung there, glowing gently, almost like a lantern suspended impossibly in the sky. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The light remained, trailing just at the edge of my vision. No matter how I tried to focus on driving, it followed me, an eerie companion in the gathering darkness. Night had settled over the canyon, cool and clear. Weeks earlier, I'd been out on the dock behind my place, phone in hand, trying to capture the emerging stars. The evening was quiet, peaceful, until something caught my eye over the lake's center. A dark silhouette hovered motionless above the water. Not like a bird or plane, this shape was solid and sharp against the sky. Smooth and oval, matte black, it defied explanation. I zoomed in with my phone camera, watching intently. After a few minutes, it drifted sideways slowly, then suddenly shot straight up, vanishing into the darkness. Days later, I found myself at a small diner near the canyon entrance. Sam, the night cook, listened as I described my experience. He wasn't surprised. "You're not the first to see strange things out here," he said, mentioning mysterious lights, shadowy figures, and roads that seemingly disappear. I left with an uneasy feeling, checking my mirrors constantly during the drive home. The road remained empty. Back home, I scanned news and county updates. Nothing unusual about the canyon road, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. I shared the story with friends. Some joked about government agents or aliens, but I remained uncertain. Then, a few days later, I discovered a blank scrap of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard untouched. The encounter continued to gnaw at me, a puzzle without clear answers. The black car showed up quietly one morning, parked perfectly at the end of my driveway. An older model from the early 2000s, it looked immaculate. No dents, no license plate. What struck me as odd was the untouched gravel. No tire tracks, no footprints. When I checked inside, the car was empty. I thought maybe it belonged to a neighbor's visitor, so I left it alone. But the next morning, it was exactly the same. No sign of movement, no explanation. Days passed, and the car remained silent and motionless. I started leaving notes on the windshield, asking the owner to move it. The notes stayed put, undisturbed. By the 4th day, I was feeling uneasy. Something didn't feel right, but I kept quiet. Who would believe such a strange story? Then, one evening, everything changed. After dinner, I was sitting on my porch when I heard footsteps on the gravel. A man in a neat black suit stood at the end of the driveway, his face shadowed by the streetlight. He just watched me. When I approached and asked if I could help him, he responded cryptically. I was confused. He repeated the phrase, then turned and walked away, vanishing into the darkness. Over the next week, the car continued to appear each morning, but the man never returned. Weird things started happening. My phone would glitch when I tried to photograph the lake. Late at night, I'd hear a faint humming from the water that would stop if I went outside. One night around 3 a.m. I saw soft blue lights flickering over the lake. They pulsed slowly, different from the first time I'd seen strange lights. The lake, once quiet and empty, now seemed to hold secrets. After that night, things went back to normal. Quiet, with just the occasional fish jumping, but something had changed. The water remembered. I didn't plan on going to the old airfield that night. It was just one of those spontaneous decisions. Located near Milltown in western Kansas, the place had been abandoned for years. With cracked runways and empty hangars, I'd driven past it countless times, thinking it might be a good spot for night sky photography. The lack of light pollution meant the stars would be incredibly bright. It was around 10 p.m. on a Friday. The night was cold and dry, typical of early spring, with a light, steady wind. I bought my old college camcorder from before phones replaced such devices and set it up on a tripod at the runway's edge, hoping to capture something interesting, meteors, satellites, or passing aircraft. About an hour into filming, something unusual caught my eye. Halfway up the sky, strange lights appeared. They moved slowly, pulsing and drifting in inexplicable patterns. Unlike typical aircraft, these lights had no red or green blinking, made no sound, and seemed to drift silently. Sometimes they flickered, sometimes vanishing completely before reappearing elsewhere. Initially, curiosity overwhelmed any fear. I zoomed in with the camcorder, trying to get a clearer view. The lights appeared to respond, changing positions as if observing me. Then the air grew noticeably colder, though the wind remained unchanged. That's when I saw the figure. Behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road, something moved. A man in a black suit caught my peripheral vision. I raised my phone to capture the moment, but the screen went black, freezing on the camera view. When I looked up again, the lights had disappeared. The man was gone. I haven't seen either since that night. The car stopped coming around too. But near water, an unsettling sensation persists. A feeling of being watched, something lurking just beneath the surface. The words "the water remembers" echo endlessly in my mind. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I mean, I like a good mystery as much as the next guy, but I don't go looking for trouble. That night changed something, though. It wasn't a bright flash or a loud boom, just quiet, strange things that didn't add up. I lived just outside a small town in Ohio near one of those old power plants they closed years ago. I was out at the airfield with my camcorder, tracking some odd lights in the sky. Suddenly, a man appeared who looked out of place. No tie, just a black jacket and slacks, standing perfectly still in the shadows. I turned off the camcorder screen and squinted, trying to get a better look. "Hey, can I help you?" I called out. But the man didn't respond or move. I felt a weird chill go down my spine, but I kept my voice calm. "Are you lost?" Then, without a word, he stepped through the fence. He didn't make any noise climbing over or walking. He just appeared closer, still silent, still expressionless. I held up my camcorder but didn't start recording again. Something about him made me hesitate. He stopped maybe 6 feet away and reached into his jacket pocket. Slowly, he pulled out a single piece of paper and handed it to me. I looked down at it. It was completely blank. No writing, no symbols, nothing. I blinked and looked up, about to ask what the hell this was supposed to mean. But when I looked back, the man was gone. No footprints, no sound, no sign he'd been there at all. I turned back to the sky, but the lights were gone too. The whole sky was empty, like they'd never been there. I stayed out for a while longer, trying to shake off the feeling that I'd just been part of something I didn't understand. When I finally got back in my car, I looked down at the paper again, still blank. I kept it in my jacket pocket, but it never changed, and I never found anything written on it. Back at home, I checked the footage. The camcorder had recorded everything, the strange lights moving, and then the sudden silence when the man appeared, but there was no sign of the paper or the moment he gave it to me. It was like the camera missed that part completely. I told a couple of friends, but they just laughed it off as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I don't know what I saw or who that man was. I don't think I'll ever go back to that airfield. But sometimes when I'm outside at night, I swear I see lights moving just out of the corner of my eye watching. I'd been photographing the nuclear power plant for years. The facility, built in the 70s, wasn't beautiful, but it was part of the local landscape. My hobby involved capturing nighttime scenes around the plant, especially the cooling towers wreathed in steam, which often looked eerily dramatic against the darkness. That Wednesday night was colder than typical spring weather. I had the evening off work and drove to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the wood's edge. With my camera and tripod, I was hoping to capture some long exposure shots of stars and potentially the steam illuminated by moonlight. Everything seemed routine at first. Distant machinery hummed softly, and occasionally a far-off train broke the silence. Around 11 p.m., something changed. Near the horizon behind the plant, I noticed a faint glow that began moving strangely, almost floating. Intrigued, I zoomed in and started taking photographs. The light behaved unusually. It pulsed dimly between blue and green, moving erratically without making any sound. I took several shots, even switching to video to see if my camera might capture something my eyes couldn't. Throughout this, an unsettling sensation crawled up my neck, like something was watching me. After about 10 minutes, the light vanished completely. No sound, no crash, just sudden absence. I packed up and drove home, feeling uneasy, but attributing my discomfort to the cold night. The next day, everything got weird. When I loaded the photos onto my computer, the images of the strange light were completely corrupted, blank black files. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. Nothing worked. It was as if the photos had never existed. That evening, sitting in my living room and staring at my camera bag, I was mulling over the strange experience when a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. I wasn't expecting anyone. Opening the door cautiously, I found two men standing there. I was asleep when the soft, urgent tapping came at my front door just past midnight. I'd been out late and wasn't expecting anyone. Opening the door, I saw two men in black suits and dark glasses, their faces as blank as movie extras. They didn't waste time with introductions. Instead, one held out a business card that was completely blank when I looked closer. The other spoke quietly, almost in a whisper. My yard needed a routine safety check, they said, their tone leaving no room for argument. Something felt off. They looked like government officials, but no badges or IDs were visible. I hesitated, my hand still on the doorknob. The street was eerily quiet, with only distant dog barks breaking the silence. Fog rolled in from the nearby river, and flickering streetlights cast long shadows. I stepped outside, locking the door behind me. One man started walking toward the backyard, scanning everything meticulously. The other watched me intently. I tried peering over the fence but saw nothing unusual, just my old garden shed with a few bushes. My heart raced. They didn't seem threatening, but a cold professionalism surrounded them. Without waiting for any real response, they turned and vanished down the street faster than I could process what had happened. Back inside, I locked the door and checked all the windows. My hands were shaking. The blank business card remained, with only a faint smudge where print should have been. I never saw those men again, and the photos of that strange light stayed missing. Since that night, something has changed. Whenever I go near the power plant, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The machinery's hum sounds different now, like it's concealing a secret. I don't know what that light was or who those men were. I've stopped taking pictures out there. Some things I've learned are better left unseen. I was walking home late one night, the street quiet and slightly foggy, with that eerie feeling you get when something seems off but you can't explain why. Near the block's end, a black car caught my eye, not because of the vehicle itself, but because of its occupants. Two men in black suits and old-fashioned top hats sat in the front seats. Initially I thought it might be a costume or some strange prank, but when I looked closer, I realized something was seriously wrong. Their faces weren't faces at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, featureless skin. As I stood frozen, one of them called me over. "Please stay inside," he said firmly. I blinked and asked why. Standard procedure, came the polite but unwavering response. I locked the door, a weird knot forming in my stomach. Standing by the window, I watched as the fog thickened, blurring everything into a hazy landscape. The men began pulling out heavy black bags from their coat pockets, the kind forensic teams might use. One carefully approached something near the shed, methodically wrapping it up. From my vantage point, it looked small, but I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I wanted to call the police, but my phone went black. No signal. Minutes crawled by, tension building with each passing moment. Suddenly, as silently as they'd arrived, the men in black walked back toward the front door. One nodded at me, more of a warning than a greeting, and then they were gone. Strangely, no car was present when they arrived or when they left. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold air. The yard appeared normal, save for a faint scuff mark near the shed. No footprints, no sign of what they'd bagged. I returned inside, locked the door, and sat down, trying to make sense of the bizarre encounter. That night, sleep eluded me. The fog outside grew thicker, lingering until dawn. The next day, I thoroughly checked the yard. Nothing was missing, nothing seemed out of place, except that persistent scuff mark. I still don't know what they were searching for, or why they took whatever was in that bag, but something else was out there, watching, waiting. Those two men. I've never seen them again, and the memory continues to haunt me, a persistent reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. I quickened my pace, an uneasy feeling creeping over me. Their faces were blank, completely wiped clean, as if someone had deliberately erased every feature. Against my better judgment, I turned to look behind me. The car had vanished without a trace. No headlights pierced the misty street, no rumble of an engine echoed, no tire marks marred the pavement. Nothing. Just an empty road shrouded in fog. To this day, I can't explain who those men were or what purpose that vehicle served. In all the years since that night, I've never encountered anything remotely similar. The memory remains as strange and inexplicable as the moment it happened. I apologize, but it seems like the original text you intended to share is incomplete or was not fully copied. Could you please provide the full text you would like me to rewrite? Without the complete passage, I cannot accurately restructure the paragraphs while maintaining the original meaning.